Chapter 584, To Become the Greatest. Chapter 584, To Become the Greatest. The mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, something that could create endless waves of bloodshed in the cultivation world, was now in the hands of an unknown little monk. There was no fighting or bloodshed here. In fact, the little monk even chose to share it from his own accord. This was honestly quite an irony. What was even more ironic was that now that Su Zimo had finally caught sight of the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, he had already lost his ability to cultivate. Although the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra was a supreme secret classic of the Buddhist sects, it could not help someone with a shattered dantian and lost cultivation recultivate again. Dao being Xian Yu was way too ruthless. He had severed all of Su Zimo's hopes with a single punch and kick. Gripping his fists tightly, Su Zimo reared his head slightly with an unyielding look in his eyes. Nobody can make me stop in my tracks. Nobody can stop my path forward. Even with such a blow, Su Zimo had no intention of giving up. He was not going to bow down to fate. Someone had once altered his fate for him painstakingly. If he admitted defeat at this moment, it would be equivalent to letting that person down. Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and started feeling for spirit chi around him, gathering them bit by bit towards his dantian. After entering his body in dantian, spirit chi dispersed immediately without lingering. Right now, his dantian was like a bottomless black hole, devouring everything. Su Zimo did not give up at all. He continued gathering and condensing chi while watching it dissipate right before his very eyes. The cycle continued. A month passed. 2 months passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. Su Zimo's injuries had long healed completely. However, his body's condition had not taken a turn for the better. Isolated from the outside world, there was no flesh with life force or universal treasures here. If they were hungry, these 2 men and 1 fox would get some vegetables and fruits from the plantation. If they were thirsty, they would drink water from deep underground with a well. For cultivators, this was nothing much. Cultivators cultivated by absorbing spirit chi around them to raise their cultivation realms. However, demonic cultivation required a large amount of life force. For the past year, Su Zimo's mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness seemed to have stagnated and his inner core was still webbed with tears without any signs of recovering. In terms of immortality cultivation, the chi that he had condensed for the past half a year had not triggered any reaction from his dantian. His dantian was still empty and hollow. Of course, Su Zimo's half a year had not gone to waste entirely either. There were many secret classics of the Buddhist sects littered across the sutra chamber. To his surprise, he realized that he could actually understand these initially dry and incomprehensible sutras. It was as though he had been enlightened. Time was fleeting and in the blink of an eye, another 6 months passed. Su Zimo had already been at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for almost a year now. His inner core had not shown any signs of recovery in this 1 year. The dantian in his abdomen was also like a swamp of still water, dead without any fluctuations to it. Su Zimo's gaze was no longer as resolute and unshakable as before. Was he going to continue to cultivate like this foolishly? When would a miracle finally happen? After mulling in the courtyard, Su Zimo made a decision and opened up his storage, retrieving the 10,000-year vermilion fruit from it. The vermilion fruit was bright red and shiny, emitting a burning energy. The 10,000-year vermilion fruit had absorbed way too much blood from too many people. It wasn't just the younger generation of the North region, there were even hundreds of nascent souls that died. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo devoured the vermilion fruit in a single mouthful and assumed a lotus position, experiencing the changes in his body. The vermilion fruit contained a tremendous amount of life force. The life force turned into a violent cyclone that rippled through his entire body, cruising through his bloodline, flesh, bones, tendons and organs. Su Zimo composed himself, directing the rampant cyclone towards his dantian. Normally speaking, the power of a vermilion fruit was enough to help a golden core advance a single minor realm. In other words, if it was a late-stage golden core that devoured the vermilion fruit, he would be able to get to perfected golden core realm right away and would only be a half-step away from the nascent soul realm. Su Zimo did not dream that he would be able to recover his cultivation. He merely hoped that he could retain some spirit qi in his dantian, even if he had to return back to level 1 qi condensation. Unfortunately, after that rampant cyclone of energy entered his dantian, it did not create much impact and was wiped away cleanly by the black hole dantian without any trace at all. Su Zimo opened his eyes, looking a little lost and desolate. For the past year, he had experienced countless defeats, but the thought of giving up had never crossed his mind. And yet, right now, his determination sank and his conviction wavered. Sensing Su Zimo's disappointment, the little fox had a worried expression and rubbed her cheeks against Su Zimo's arm to console him. "Little thing, I'm sorry. I've implicated you." Su Zimo stroked the little fox's spine and smiled in irony. "Initially, I wanted to take you away and leave that desolate underground cave. To think that we would end up in another cave of sorts. Hia. Hia." Although the little fox could not speak in human tongue, she waved her pair of paws and breathed in before gesturing above her head. Su Zimo understood. The little fox was saying that it was great here, the skies were vast and she could breathe fresh air daily. Thereafter, the little fox pointed to herself before pointing to Su Zimo. Her watery huge eyes blinked and she flushed in an extremely charming manner. Su Zimo's head was lowered and he did not catch sight of it, merely smiling in a dazed manner. He had suddenly realized that there was a high chance he would be trapped at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for his entire life, aging and waiting for his lifespan to wear out. There was no need to think about revenge. Less than that, there was no need to think about pursuing Daiyu. At that moment, the Sanskrit reverberated through the old temple. Everything is dharmic and illusory, like lightning, life is merely fleeting. The Sanskrit sounded like heavenly flutes, reaching the depths of one's soul. Compared to the little monk's Sanskrit, it was even more moving and possessed a dharmic power of tranquility. Instantly, Su Zimo's worries lessened considerably. He turned towards the voice. Within the old temple, the wooden doors of the grand hall creaked open. The light inside was dim and a vague figure of a monk could be seen from the haziness. His beard was white and he was extremely skinny, sitting on the floor. The little monk's master had finally exited his seclusion. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Reverend Patron, you are troubled in your mind?" The old monk had a warm and compassionate voice. Pursing his lips, Su Zimo asked, "Reverend, may I ask if there's any hope of recovery with my destroyed dantian and ruined golden core?" "I don't know." There was a long silence in the grand hall before those three words were uttered. The old monk's voice continued, "Throughout history, there had never been anyone who could continue cultivating with a destroyed dantian." When he heard that, Su Zimo smiled bitterly. Was he still going to lose to fate at the end of the day? Suddenly, the old monk steered the conversation in another direction. "However, nothing is absolute. You might be able to tide through this tribulation, patron." Su Zimo's expression changed, the old monk seemed to be implying something. The old monk said, "If you enter the grand hall, you might be able to find some answers, patron." Su Zimo raised his brow. Although he was puzzled, he still stepped foot into the grand hall. Candles lit up one after another on both sides of the grand hall. Su Zimo peered over the old monk and his gaze landed on the walls on the opposite end of the grand hall. Shuddering, his eyes lit up with a sparkle that was brighter than stars. There was a saying on the wall. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. Chapter 585, Second Utmost Treasure. Chapter 585, second utmost treasure. The sentence was etched clearly into the walls, curved with a majestic aura. One could instantly feel the arrival of an impressive and superior aura just by glancing at those words, sending shivers down their spines. Su Zimo smiled. Instantly, it seemed as though a peerlessly beautiful woman with an indifferent expression had appeared before him. Dressed in a blood-red long dress, she stood there looking at him silently. The sight of those words was akin to look at her. There was only a single person who could have written those bold words. Su Zimo remembered every single word that Dai Yu said to him 8 years ago before she left. If you want to continue with immortal and demon cultivation, you will experience a lot of unimaginable sufferings. But you must bear in mind that these sufferings will only make you stronger. There is a saying in the Avatamsaka Sutra of the Huayan school that I would like to give you as parting words: to become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. Right now, that statement was etched right before Su Zimo's eyes. The moment he saw those words, he felt an irresistible sense of nostalgia surging within him. Unknowingly, 8 years had already passed. Back in Pingyang town, Dai Yu subjected him to endless training, and there were even times when his life was hanging on a thread. However, Dai Yu had never let him go through any grievances. When he was nearly killed by those purple-winged eagles in the Tsanglang mountain range, Dai Yu killed every single last one of them. When joyful sect cultivators hunted him relentlessly with their advantage in numbers and cultivation realm, Dai Yu annihilated joyful sect. Given Dai Yu's character, if she knew that Glass Palace sent a void reversion to kill Su Zimo, it would be normal for her to hunt down Glass Palace single-handedly. The little fox tilted her head at the sight with a lost expression. For the past year, this was the first time that she had seen such a smile on Su Zimo's face. He was as joyful as a child. The old monk's expression did not change, but there was a sliver of light in those hazy eyes of his. Before Su Zimo entered the Grand Hall, he was initially despondent without any hope for the future. However, the moment he caught sight of those words, his listlessness vanished and he was reinvigorated with a charged aura. It was as though he wanted to trample the entire world beneath his feet. The old monk was secretly impressed. Normally speaking, if it was any other cultivator, they wouldn't be able to endure the blow of having their cultivation realm completely destroyed and the great fall from grace. Furthermore, the future was bleak without any hope in sight. Initially, cracks had already appeared on Su Zimo's Dao heart with signs of deterioration. To think that those words would be able to secure his conviction once more. The old monk had lived for a long time and could naturally tell that given this turmoil, there would be nothing that could shake Su Zimo's Dao heart in the future. Cling! Clang! Suddenly, the dull sound of chains rattling could be heard in the backyard of the Grand Hall. The ground shook, as though a malevolent ghost was trying to break free. Even the Grand Hall was starting to shroud with a faint malevolent qi. Ming Zhen was standing outside the Grand Hall. When he heard the chains rattling, he could not help but shudder and glance at the backyard with a sense of trepidation. The little fox winced and sniffed with an uneasy expression. She caught a whiff of an extremely terrifying aura in the air. It was as though the owner of the aura could rip her into pieces at any moment. It was a deep, indescribable fear that came from the depths of her soul and bloodline. The old monk was the only one who was expressionless, as though he hadn't heard the chains at all. After the chains rattled for a while, it went silent once more. Gradually, Su Zimo stirred awake from his memories as well. It was less than 8 minutes since he stepped foot into the Grand Hall. However, his heart experienced a rebirth and he had transformed right from the core. Although there was no effect on his cultivation, Su Zimo believed that nothing and nobody in this world could block his path forward. Dao being Xian Yu crushed his cores. He would then create a new path for himself. After gazing at the words on the wall for a long time, Su Zimo said softly, "She was here." Yes. The old monk nodded. Even though he did not clarify who she was, Su Zimo believed that the old monk definitely knew. That was because anyone who had seen her, even once, would never forget her ever again. The old monk looked a little conflicted as he sighed. Around 8 years ago, this female patron came over and retrieved something. Before she left that saying from the old Huayan Sutra of the Buddhist sections. I did not understand what she was doing and could not help but asked. She merely replied asking me to wait for a fated person to appear before flying away without appearing ever again. Su Zimo smiled. He could already imagine the cold and aloof expression of Dai Yu with just a simple description from the old monk. That was indeed Dai Yu. She did not care for further explanations at all. The old monk continued, for the past 8 years, I did not know who the fated person would be. It was until the moment when I saw you that I understood. Me? Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Naturally, he knew that the sentence was left for him by Dai Yu. However, how did the old monk tell that he was related to Dai Yu prior to this? As though he could sense Su Zimo's doubts, the old monk smiled gently and explained, that's because, you hold within your body what the female patron took away from this place. Therefore, you are the fated person, patron. It was only at that moment that Su Zimo realized he had neglected something. The old monk said that Dai Yu had taken away something from this place. What was it that could have made Dai Yu make the long trip over to the Dragon Burial Valley personally just to put it within his body? A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Back in the ancient battlefield, when the mysterious old man in the human emperor's palace mentioned about the spirit root, he mentioned that there were only a few utmost treasures in Tianhuang mainland and Su Zimo had 2 of them in his body. One of them was confirmed to be the divine phoenix bone. Could the other utmost treasure be what Dai Yu took away from this place? If that was truly the case, the old monk's remark might have been euphemistic. Rather than take away that utmost treasure, Dai Yu must have snatched it away by force. That female patron's methods are, divinely. I do admit that I can't be compared to her. The old monk's statement reaffirmed Su Zimo's guess. He could almost imagine the way Dai Yu arrived in the Dragon Burial Valley 8 years ago to take away the utmost treasure without a single word after overwhelming the old monk. Thereafter, she even left that statement on the wall before turning to leave. That was indeed Dai Yu's style. Overwhelming and domineering without the need to explain anything. Somewhat guiltily, Su Zimo glanced at the old monk. In the past, Dai Yu suppressed him and snatched away the utmost treasure. Now that Su Zimo was in this state, notwithstanding the fact of whether or not the old monk would take revenge. At the very least, he would want to take back the utmost treasure. Don't worry, patron. The old monk smiled gently. Since that thing is now in your body, it means that you have an affinity with it. I'm not going to take it away. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. At the same time, curiosity filled him. This old monk seemed to be able to read his thoughts. Right from the beginning, he had barely spoken and yet, the old monk was able to reply to every single one of his thoughts. Those means were truly incredible. Chapter 586, Secret of the Spirit Root. Chapter 586, Secret of the Spirit Root. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled that a couple of months ago, he read an ancient book in the Sutra chamber. Within it was the record of a mystical ability known as heart-peering. It was said that anyone who manages to cultivate heart-peering would be able to sense the thoughts of people nearby without the need for communication or interaction. It was extremely mysterious. At its peak, a single thought would be enough to read the minds of all beings in the universe, and it was extremely frightening. The old monk's cultivation was unfathomable, and Su Zimo guessed that he was at least a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Perhaps, he was even more frightening than that. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked, Reverend, what is the utmost treasure? Earlier on, you said that it is in my body. Yet, why can't I sense it? The old monk's gaze was wise as he said slowly, in Buddhism, there are 3 great sacred trees, the Bodhi, Ashoka and Sal tree. These 3 sacred trees are not found in this current world. Rather, they grow in the Pure Land. Pure Land? Su Zimo was confused. The old monk did not explain and merely smiled before continuing. The Ashoka tree bears the Siraka flower. In the ancient era, a Siraka flower fell onto Tianhuang mainland and was obtained by the founder master of Fahua Monastery, taken in as a sacred object of the Buddhist sections. It was passed down from that time all the way till the female patron took it away. The old monk indirectly revealed another piece of information through his words. This old temple was related to Fahua Monastery from 10,000 years ago. Siraka flower? Su Zimo recalled deeply but could not find any connection to a flower-related object given to him by Daiyu. The old monk said, "Patron, you are someone without a spirit root." Yes. Su Zimo nodded frankly. It was true that he was born without a spirit root and had only stepped foot onto the path of cultivation after meeting Daiyu. Before she left, while he was unconscious, she even helped him plant a spirit root that was not weaker than a heaven spirit root. As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, the old monk shook his head. The spirit root is an illusory object that someone is born with. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. There's no saying of a planted spirit root. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He did not understand what the old monk meant by that. Since it wasn't possible for one to plant spirit roots, what about his spirit root? How did he manage to go through with immortality cultivation without a spirit root? Suddenly, a few scenes flashed through Su Zimo's mind vaguely. It was true that his spirit root was unlike those around him. It was most obvious from his cultivation speed. His chi condensation speed had even surpassed cultivators with heaven spirit roots. Furthermore, the quality of his spirit chi was extremely pure and was even stronger than cultivators of the same level with heaven spirit roots. There was another beguiling thing. Back when he joined Ethereal Peak and passed through the spirit testing gate, he clearly felt a strong resistance from the gate. The spirit testing gate would only block cultivators without spirit roots or with pseudo or ordinary spirit roots. At that time, Su Zimo was indignant and pushed through the barrier of the stone gate with brute force. Thereafter, the spirit testing gate was shattered. Could it be? A frightening thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The old monk nodded. Patron, actually, right from the beginning, you've never had a spirit root. Su Zimo was shocked. The old monk continued, the female patron took away the Siraka flower and sealed this utmost treasure of the Buddhist sects in your dantian, replacing the function of a spirit root. Su Zimo's mouth opened slightly. It felt as though there was suddenly an explanation to some of the doubts he had previously. It was no wonder why Daiyu had a slightly odd expression when she said that she had planted a spirit root for him. Furthermore, based on what she said at that time, it now looked like she was implying something. Daiyu said that she implanted a spirit root that wouldn't be inferior to a heaven spirit root for him instead of saying directly that she implanted a heaven spirit root for him. The old monk remarked, the reason why you're able to sense spirit chi and gather them to cultivate isn't because you've got a spirit root. It's because there's an utmost treasure of the Buddhist sects that comes from the Pure Land in your dantian. The information truly had an enormous impact on Su Zimo. He was a little confused and asked with a frown, why does the spirit chi I gather carry the fire attribute? That's because the Siraka flower is also known as the flaming flower. When it blooms, it resembles a flame and is extremely sensitive towards the spirit chi of fire attribute in the surroundings. Everything that did not make sense made sense at the moment. With the 2 utmost treasures of the divine phoenix bone and the Siraka flower, coupled with his sensitivity towards flames, it was only logical that Su Zimo would have a frightening cultivation speed. Spirit chi would also be naturally pure after the refinement of 2 utmost treasures. Although the spirit testing gate had been around for several thousand years, there was no way it could withstand the might of two utmost treasures. The old monk smiled. Patron, have you not discovered that in the past year, you are already able to understand some of the ancient sutras of the Buddhist sects as well as comprehend them? Su Zimo nodded. He had tried his hands on Buddhist sutras before while he was studying in Pingyang town. At that time, the Buddhist sutras were like scriptures of the heavens that he could not understand. In fact, he could not even take in a single word and merely felt his head spin. In less than an hour, he had already cast all the sutras aside. The baffling thing was that many years later, when Su Zimo picked up the Buddhist sutras once more in the sutra chamber at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he was now able to understand most of them. The old monk's voice sounded once more, without a root of wisdom, one will never be able to understand the secrets of the Buddhist sutras, let alone cultivate and understand the Tao. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to continue reading. However, it's different for you. Gradually, a realization entered Su Zimo's mind. The Siraka flower was a sacred item of the Buddhist sections. It existed within Su Zimo's dantian and had not only replaced the purpose of the spirit root, but also granted him wisdom that was comparable to the root of wisdom. That was the gift left behind for him by Daiyu. It was far from a simple spirit root. Finally, Su Zimo understood the earnest intentions of Daiyu. Be it the Siraka flower or divine phoenix bone, they were both utmost treasures of Tianhuang mainland. Before she left, Daiyu said that she left 3 gifts for him. Right now, Su Zimo already knew 2 of them, but he did not know what the last one was. Su Zimo asked, "Where is that flower now?" "It's still within your dantian. However, you have not cultivated to the realm of introspection and as such, you aren't able to see it yet," the old monk replied. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Earlier on, I said that there had never been anyone in history who could cultivate after their cultivation is crippled. That is indeed true. I don't know how I should resolve your plight as well. However, that female patron had gone through the painstaking effort of sealing the Siraka flower in your dantian while leaving that statement here. I'm guessing that there must be a deeper meaning to it." Su Zimo nodded. Actually, when he caught sight of the statement left behind by Daiyu, Su Zimo had already decided that he was going to cultivate peacefully at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley from here on. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. That was his tribulation. He had to endure it. There would definitely come a day when he would become the greatest and break through the horizons to the 9 heavens, reappearing in the mortal realm to shock all living beings. Chapter 587, Origin of the Buddha Bead. Chapter 587, Origin of the Buddha Bead. The old monk pointed to the side and said, "In the Sutra chamber, there are classics left behind from Fahua and Daming monasteries. Look at them more and you might be able to gain something from them." Su Zimo nodded. Both Fahua and Daming Monastery were top factions that were comparable to the current super sects such as the 9 Immortal sects and 7 Fiend sects. It was obvious how deep their foundations ran. Unfortunately, this derelict old temple that was isolated from the rest of the world was the only thing left of the 2 super sects after the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. The entire cultivation world did not even know about the existence of this old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Although the old monk merely mentioned it casually, Su Zimo knew clearly in his heart that there were many secret skills of Fahua and Daming Monastery in these ancient books. For example, the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra was thought by the outside world to be lost. Who would have guessed that this sutra, known as the number 1 secret skill for golden cores, would be found at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley? Who would have thought that it would be in the hands of a young monk and it could be read at any time? It was not hard to imagine that the impact caused by the appearance of the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra would be much more terrifying than the vermilion fruit. At that time, there would be a blood storm. The paragons of the North region wouldn't be the only ones involved. Even all the paragons of the entire Tianhuang mainland would be moved and driven crazy for it. Furthermore, the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra was not the only one, there were many other sutras similar to it in the Sutra chamber. That seemingly battered library was in fact a gigantic treasure trove. It was equivalent to the legacy of 2 super sects placed right before Su Zimo's eyes. The only pity was that his cultivation was crippled and he had no way of gathering qi. If he could condense qi, there would now be the legacy of the Buddhist sects in his body as well, on top of the legacy of the immortality and fiend Daos. As Su Zimo pondered, the old monk seemed to have thought of something and his expression turned rueful. He sighed, saying, after the catastrophe back then, Fahua Monastery and Daming Monastery are no longer around and have been washed away by the sands of time. Everyone from the past is already gone and now I'm the only one left. The old monk's words carried a heart-wrenching loneliness to it. Su Zimo could not help but ask, Senior, are you and fellow Taoist Mingzhen the only ones in this old temple? After a moment of silence, the old monk nodded. The 2 of us are the only ones here. Cling. Clang. The moment he said that, the sound of chains rattling sounded from the backyard once more. It was dull and forceful, as though something was struggling repeatedly. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The little fox was rattled and scurried along Su Zimo's arm into his embrace to hide within. The old monk's expression was unchanged and there were no emotions in his weathered eyes, as though he could not hear the sound of chains in the backyard. Su Zimo was gradually relieved when he saw how composed the old monk was. However, he was truly curious as to what was behind the sound of chains coming from the backyard. Why would Mingzhen want to avoid it so fearfully? The old monk interrupted Su Zimo's thoughts and suddenly asked, I can sense an aura of the Buddhist sects circling around you that isn't from the Siraka flower. Have you cultivated a technique of the Buddhist sects before? Technique of the Buddhist sects? Could it be? Su Zimo froze momentarily before his eyes flashed with a glint of realization. He gathered qi slowly and made use of the instant spirit qi entered his body to open up his storage bag, retrieving a Buddha bead the size of a longan. The Buddha bead was extremely old and although it was made of wood, there were no signs of corrosion. The patterns that were etched on it were still extremely clear. He had obtained that Buddha bead accidentally when he was trapped with demoness Ji in the stone coffin in the past. Su Zimo said with a deep voice, I've managed to cultivate an extremely strong spirit art known as the Fiend Suppression Seal thanks to this Buddha bead. The Fiend Suppression Seal was the only thing he had cultivated that was from the Buddhist sections. The moment he took out the Buddha bead, Su Zimo finally understood something. He understood why he was able to comprehend such a powerful fiend suppression seal with just a single Buddha bead. It wasn't because he had a frightening potential, it was because the existence of the Siraka flower, the sacred item of the Buddhist sects, allowed him to possess a pure root of wisdom of Buddhism. Heis. The moment he caught sight of the Buddha bead, the old monk sighed gently and he got slightly emotional. It was clear that the old monk recognized the origin of the Buddha bead. He said, actually, the Fiend Suppression Seal is not a spirit art. It's a Dharmic art of Daming Monastery. Dharmic art. Su Zimo knew that Dharmic arts could only be released by nascent souls who are able to make use of Dharmic powers after cultivating their essence spirits. Since the Fiend Suppression Seal was a Dharmic art, how was he able to release it as a spirit art with the use of spirit energy? It's no wonder why the Siraka flower is a sacred item of the Buddhist sections. That statement from the old monk enlightened Su Zimo. The Siraka flower should be the only reason why he possessed such a mystifying might. Su Zimo thought about what he experienced at that time and said, this Buddha bead was found in a stone coffin. In it, there was a skeleton that could resurrect and was extremely frightening. I only managed to escape by luck. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo continued, that skeleton seemed to be from the fiend sections. There's no mistake. The old monk replied, the owner of that Buddha bead is Monk Daming, the titular disciple of Daming Monastery and a supreme expert that was renowned back in the days. Titular disciple? This was the second time Su Zimo had heard of that term. The first titular disciple he knew was the Azura, Yen Beichen. The second was this, monk Daming. The old monk explained, there would always be titular disciples in the various super sects of Tianhuang mainland. Furthermore, there's only one of them. All the titular disciples are the ones with the greatest potential among the paragons of the sect, the ones with the most stellar track records and the ones with the most frightening combat strength. Titular disciples are not fixed by their cultivation realms, but all of them possess countless trump cards, and the most fundamental ability for them is to kill above their levels. Typically speaking, one only earns the right to become a titular disciple after advancing to the void reversion realm. At that point, Su Zimo understood. In other words, the titular disciples were the strongest among the paragons of the super sects. The old monk continued, titular disciples are bestowed the Dao titles unique to their sects by the sect masters. For example, the titular disciple of Fahua Monastery would gain the Dao title of Fahua, whereas the titular disciple of Daming Monastery would gain the Dao title of Daming. That helps with identification. There is quite a gap between you and titular disciples. Remember, if you encounter the titular disciples of super sects from here on, you must always be careful not to engage them recklessly. Su Zimo nodded. The old monk thought for a moment before saying, back then, Azura sect produced a monster that created a blood refinement fiend Sutra. Murder was his second nature, and everywhere he passed, he would devour the fresh blood of all living beings cleanly. When he heard that, Su Zimo realized that there was a high chance the skeleton was the monster of Azura sect in the past. The old monk continued, Monk Daming could not bear to see the masses in distress and headed out to suppress that fiend. The two of them fought 3 consecutive battles, and although the monster of Azura sect was disadvantaged, it was hard to tell who would come forth victorious. At the 4th battle, victory was finally decided. It was said that the battle was so tremendous that the skies changed and the earth collapsed. Both parties fought with their full strengths. Chapter 588, Daming True Sutra. Chapter 588, Daming True Sutra. What happened later on? Su Zimo asked instinctively. The old monk shook his head. Later on, there were various sayings and rumors. Some said that Monk Daming was severely injured after killing the monster of Azura sect and died soon after as well. Some said that both parties suffered immense losses and fought to the end, dying together. All in all, the eventual outcome was that both of them went missing. Nobody knew if they were alive or dead, but they had never appeared ever since. There was a hint of sadness in the old monk's tone. After receiving the Buddha bead from Su Zimo, he rubbed it gently between his fingers. A moment later, the old monk exclaimed softly, as though he discovered something. What's wrong? Su Zimo asked hurriedly. Nothing much. The old monk shook his head. Actually, this was a connate dermic weapon from Daming Monastery in the past, known as the Mingwang prayer beads, and comprises of a set of 6 Buddha beads. The Mingwang prayer beads are made from immortal wood from Tianhuang mainland and refined using the inner trunk of the soul-nourishing tree. There are 6 dermic seals of Daming Monastery etched on it. The Buddha bead that you've obtained is one of them. The Mingwang prayer beads were originally carried by Mingwang prayer beads. However, that battle back then was way too intense that the Mingwang prayer beads broke apart and all 6 of its Buddha beads were scattered everywhere. At that point, the old monk extended his wrinkled finger and poked gently on his glabella. His glabella shone with a spot of light. Immediately after, the old monk's glabella opened up and 3 Buddha beads the size of longans shot out. They were identical to the one Su Zimo had. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the patterns etched on each Buddha bead were different. The old monk said, after that battle, the monks of Daming Monastery searched for a long time and only managed to retrieve 3 Buddha beads. Including the one you have, there are still 2 more that are lost in the world. Daming Monastery has a supreme dharmic technique known as the Daming True Sutra that is used to uphold the sect. The True Sutra has 2 volumes. The first volume, the Daming Mantra, also known as the 6-worded Daming Mantra, is a sound dharmic technique. When he heard that, Su Zimo could not help but recall the 6 strange-sounding syllables that Mingzhen chanted outside the old temple earlier on. Those 6 syllables contained a mysterious might that was unfathomable. The old monk's voice sounded again. The second volume is the Daming Dharmic Seal, and there are 6 types, all of which are imprinted on the Mingwang prayer beads. The Fiend Suppression Seal that you've learned is one of them. The Dharmic seals in the 3 Buddha beads in my hands are the Demon Subduing Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, and Immovable Foundation Seal. Su Zimo nodded silently. Since the Fiend Suppression Seal was already so strong, needless to think, the power of the Demon Subduing Seal, Immovable Foundation Seal, and Immortal Trap Seal would definitely not be inferior. The old monk could not help but laugh when he read Su Zimo's mind. Actually, these 4 are the weakest among the 6 seals. Su Zimo was stunned. These were the weakest ones? The old monk nodded. There's no need to discuss the Immovable Foundation Seal, it's a defensive dharmic seal. From the names of the Fiend Suppression, Demon Subduing, and Immortal Trap Seals, you can already tell that they are not lethal. The word suppress, subdue, and trap did not have any intention to kill. Right from their creation, those 3 dharmic seals contained the compassion of the Buddhist sections. The old monk said, of the 6 dharmic seals, the ones with the strongest might and can even be called killing dharmic seals are the last 2 that are lost, the Great Vajrawil Seal and Great Mount Meru Seal. The moment the names of those 2 dharmic seals were mentioned, there was a shuddering pressure. There are 6 syllables to the Daming Mantra, and they correspond to the 6 dharmic seals. By using the Daming Mantra while cultivating, you can gain a deeper comprehension of the seals and unleash their greatest potentials. The method to cultivating the Daming Mantra is in the Sutra Chamber. You can take a look at it. Su Zimo suddenly saw the light. So, he had yet to unleash the true might of the Fiend Suppression Seal. If he were to release it along with the Daming Mantra, it would have an even more terrifying might. The 2 of them conversed side by side, and unknowingly, the skies outside had already turned dark. In between, the sound of chains rattling echoed from the backyard as well. It went silent after it was ignored. Right from the beginning, the old monk did not explain about it, as though he was already used to it. The skies gradually turned darker. Su Zimo's robes shifted slightly, and the little fox who had been asleep for the entire day rubbed her drowsy eyes before popping her head out. Her gaze was still a little dazed, not fully awake yet. Placing her tiny paws against Su Zimo's chest, she stared at the old monk before her squarely, blinking in a charming manner. The old monk smiled. The little fox gradually returned to her senses and hurriedly lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Looking at Su Zimo deeply, the old monk said, "That little fox, take good care of her. Don't let her suffer. That's for sure." Su Zimo replied. Immediately after, he sensed that something was amiss. The old monk seemed as though he wanted to continue speaking but stopped. Just as Su Zimo was about to ask about it, the old monk changed the topic and asked, "Patron, are you willing to join our Buddhist sects?" Su Zimo froze for a moment. The old monk's question came extremely suddenly, and he had not considered the option before. The old monk continued, "Don't worry, patron, you won't be subjected to too many restrictions if you join the Buddhist sections. If you wish to leave, you can do so at any moment, and I'll definitely not stop you either." Although he had not cultivated heart peering before, Su Zimo suddenly understood what was on the old monk's mind after looking at the latter's hopeful gaze. The old monk had been guarding this old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley for a long time, protecting the 10,000-year-old legacy of Fahua and Daming monasteries. He was hoping to continue the lineage of the 2 great sects. The old monk must have only made that request after sensing that his time was almost up. All right. Su Zimo nodded and agreed readily. The old monk nodded appreciatively. He held a shaving knife in his fingers and swiped it gently above Su Zimo's head. It was accompanied by a cooling feeling. Black hair fell to the ground. The voice of the old monk sounded in Su Zimo's ears, "From this day forth, your name in the Buddhist sects will be Ming Xian." In reality, Su Zimo could have continued reading the ancient sutras in the sutra chamber freely even if he hadn't agreed. However, he did not feel good about that. Furthermore, he had now fallen to the depths of the Dragon Burial Valley with his cultivation crippled and he wanted to start afresh. The shaving of his black hair symbolized a cut from his past. For the time being, he was going to forsake his identity as Su Zimo, forget about his glory in the past. From this day forth, he was going to cultivate at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley wholeheartedly until he could rise once more. The old monk retrieved an almost transparent thread from his storage bag and threaded the 4 Buddha beads in his hands together into a set of prayer beads. Although 2 Buddha beads are missing from these Mingwang prayer beads, they are still of use and can help you avoid detection from the essence spirits of nascent souls and void reversions. Take it as a welcome gift of your acceptance of me as your master. Su Zimo placed his palms together and bowed deeply. This gift was way too precious. Although there were 2 Buddha beads missing, it was still a connate dharmic weapon of the past. Notwithstanding the power of the Mingwang prayer beads alone, even the 4 dharmic seals were more than enough to drive countless cultivators crazy for them. Furthermore, the fact that it was able to block away essence spirits meant that the secrets within Su Zimo's body would not be discovered. The previous situation of his true self being exposed by the demon-revealing mirror would never happen again. For Su Zimo, this was an irreplaceable gift. Chapter 589, Cemetery. Chapter 589, Cemetery. The night was hazy. It was silent in the courtyard of the old temple. Moonlight shimmered and a round moon was reflected on the water surface in the old well. Not long later, the reflection of a monk appeared. He was not old, in his 20s, and had elegant features with eyes that were even clearer than the water surface. Su Zimo gazed at his reflection in the water and smiled. Ming Xian, does he want me to see my own heart clearly and identify my true nature? Su Zimo muttered softly. At that moment, he did not know where the old monk had gone whereas Mingzhen had already gone to sleep. His ears were filled with the sounds of frogs croaking and crickets chirping. The little fox sprawled beside the well in a deep sleep and suddenly, Su Zimo noticed that his mind was in an incomparable state of tranquility. His mind had received an unprecedented baptism in this bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley that was isolated from the rest of the world. He had been fighting for the past 8 years. And now, he had finally come to a stop. It was like a consolidation, a reversion to his natural state. Gazing at the round moon above his head, Su Zimo could not help but recall that night 8 years ago. Dai Yu wore a crimson long dress and stood under the falling cherry blossom petals. Basked in moonlight, she asked softly, "Do you want to cultivate?" For the past 8 years, Su Zimo had been cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness every night. Now that his inner core was shattered and he did not have sufficient energy to provide it, his mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness cultivation had to stop for the time being. Su Zimo was truly not used to it. He felt hollow internally. Suddenly, he heard a mocking voice echo within his ears. "Kid! Are you thinking of how to repair your inner core?" He. Su Zimo was alarmed. The voice came without any warning and was extremely foreign. It did not belong to the old monk or Mingzhen. Instinctively, Su Zimo looked towards the little fox at the side. She was still deep in her sleep. Clearly, she had not heard that voice. He was the only one who heard that sudden voice. With a grim expression, Su Zimo looked around, prepared to warn the old and little monk at any moment. He, don't bother looking for me, kid. You can't see me. The voice sounded once more erratically such that its direction could not be determined. It was as though it was hiding in a corner laughing at Su Zimo. This time round, Su Zimo calmed down instead and sneered internally. This person was playing games hiding in the dark. As long he ignored it, the other party would definitely lose his patience. Kid, I've got a way to help you repair your inner core. If you want to know about it, come to the backyard behind the Grand Hall. Indeed, the owner of the voice revealed his intentions. The backyard behind the Grand Hall? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Prior to this, there would often be sounds of heavy chains rattling occasionally from the backyard, as though something was trapped there and was extremely frustrated. Strange. A skeptical look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as thought to himself, Master said that he and Master were the only ones in this old temple. Then, this person in the backyard. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed and he thought of a possibility. The existence in the backyard might not be human, but a malevolent ghost. It would be similar to the white-bloused woman that he had encountered outside the old temple. That was the reason why the old monk said that he and Mingzhen were the only people in the old temple. It was because the existence in the backyard was not human. Mingzhen was so frightened and the old monk was so cautious that he wouldn't mention anything about this. It seemed like the malevolent ghost wasn't weak. Do you want to repair your inner core or not? What are you dilly-dallying for? Hurry and come look for me in the backyard. The voice of the malevolent ghost echoed again, seemingly impatient. Su Zimo naturally wanted to repair his inner core. However, he truly could not bring himself to trust a malevolent ghost. Furthermore, Mingzhen had instructed him previously not to head to the backyard behind the Grand Hall. Kid, you're really timid as a mouse. Do I look like I can harm you? Goodness, you're pathetic compared to me at that age. Back then, I feared nothing in the world and nobody could stop me wherever I went. Kid, are you coming or not? The malevolent ghost's voice was growing weaker. Su Zimo closed his eyes and rested. He did not make a move the entire time. After a moment of silence, the malevolent ghost suddenly said, "Don't you want to know what that crimson-robed woman did when she came here 8 years ago? I witnessed everything personally, heh." Su Zimo was moved and opened his eyes. The crimson-robed woman that the malevolent ghost was referring to was obviously Dai Yu. As though he sensed the change in Su Zimo's emotions, the malevolent ghost remarked gleefully, "If you want to know, come to the backyard of the Grand Hall. I'll be waiting there for you, he. Su Zimo gripped his fists and took a deep breath. Eventually, he could not control himself and stood up, heading towards the back of the Grand Hall. He did not want to miss out on any information regarding Dai Yu. Be it whether it was real or fake. Turning around the old and majestic hall, Su Zimo arrived at the backyard and stopped in his tracks. Instinctively, he looked over. His mouth could not help but fall agape as he revealed a deep look of shock in his eyes. The backyard of the Grand Hall was an extremely massive cemetery that had no boundaries. One after another, tall tombstones stood erected with clear carvings etched on them. Tomb of Fahua Monasteries Dao Lord Tian Yi. Tomb of Daming Monasteries Dao Lord Fu Yen. Tomb of Fahua Monasteries Mighty Figure Yu Zhe. Tomb of Daming Monasteries Mighty Figure Su Yun. Tomb of Supreme Commander of the Empire, Mighty Figure Han Fei. The tombstones were dense and packed above their respective graves. There was a majestic melancholy to the cemetery. Those that were buried here were Dharma-characteristic Dao lords at the very least. Su Zimo had even witnessed quite a number of conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo focused his gaze onto another tombstone. Tomb of Daming Monasteries Patriarch Hong Guang. It was the tomb of a Mahayana patriarch. Mahayana patriarchs were almost like the peak experts of Tianhuang mainland. To think that he would be buried in this cemetery as well. As Su Zimo lamented, his gaze instinctively fell towards the center of the cemetery. There was an unassuming grave in the center. If one did not pay attention, that would merely seem like a little bump in the mud. However, that little mud bump seemed like it was looking down on the entire cemetery. There were no other tombstones 100 meters around the little mud bump. Above the grave was a wooden tablet that was bent out of shape. There were only 2 words written on that wooden tablet. Dharma Emperor. Those 2 words seemed like they possessed a mysterious power. Su Zimo's expression changed starkly and he felt his chest go stuffy. In fact, he even retreated a couple of steps uncontrollably. That was the tomb of an emperor. A single phrase reverberated endlessly and intensified within Su Zimo's mind. The ravine's name is called the Dragon Burial Valley, and the divine dragon was buried 10,000 years ago with the blood of old emperors and the death of patriarchs. It's an extremely unlucky place. Everything was real. The catastrophe 10,000 years ago was so intense that emperors died here. Cling. Clang. The dull sound of chains rattling echoed once more. Behind the countless tombstones and graves, under the hazy moonlight, a mighty and tall figure stood from the ground slowly. He had a torrential aura and seemed like his head was about to pierce a hole in the firmaments above. Chapter 590, Red-Headed Ghost. Chapter 590, Red-Headed Ghost. It was a burly man with disheveled hair and clothes. His hair was red, akin to blazing flames, and his features were coarse. He stared at Su Zimo with a bright gaze before smirking into a sinister smile. The burly man's arms, legs, body and neck were bound by coils of rusty, thick metal chains. When the burly man stood up, the chains rattled endlessly. The scariest thing was that 2 of those chains pierced right through the burly man's collarbones. The moonlight was frighteningly pale. The ground was laid with graves and tombstones all around. The fact that there was a burly man with such a malevolent chi standing in this cemetery further proved Su Zimo's initial guess. This was an extremely frightening malevolent ghost. The burly man sized up Su Zimo a couple of times with his gaze, and the glint in his eyes intensified, as though he had discovered something interesting. Finally, the burly man even walked forward while sniffing with a pleased expression before bursting into laughter eventually. Gaga gaga. The laughter reverberated through the cemetery in an unsettling and shuddering manner. Su Zimo could clearly see that the chains on the burly man were all nailed to the depths of the ground, trapping him in the center of the cemetery. As long as the burly man moved, the chains on his body would tighten. Su Zimo was relieved. Although that malevolent ghost was scary, as long as it could not get close to him, it could not do anything. Kid, you're honestly timid. What are you hiding so far away for? The burly man grinned. Don't worry and come over. I'm not going to eat you up. Su Zimo scoffed coldly. He had roamed the cultivation world for 8 years and had some experience in the world. The burly man's clumsy provocations were truly way too obvious. Su Zimo would truly be left with no choice if he walked over. Red-headed ghost, you can say what you want from over there. I can hear you. Su Zimo had a calm tone and a normal expression. Red-headed ghost? The burly man widened his eyes and his pitch changed. Instantly, he looked murderous. Kid, you're calling me a red-headed ghost? The burly man glared sternly. Su Zimo pouted fearlessly and sneered, stop acting tough over there. You can't even move. Who are you trying to scare? He. The burly man ground his teeth and snickered evilly. Su Zimo asked, red-headed ghost, I don't have the time to waste with you here. What do you know about that crimson-robed woman from 8 years ago? At the mention of the crimson-robed woman, the burly man's expression changed slightly and a hint of fear flashed through the depths of his eyes. Immediately after, he revealed a gloating expression. Gaga gaga. The burly man smirked and laughed. That woman was incredible back then. A single meet-up with her destroyed the silent and immovable meditations that I had painstakingly cultivated. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing to death. For the past year, Su Zimo had been reading sutras in the Sutra chamber and had some understanding towards silent and immovable meditations. In the Buddhist sects, some monks would cultivate various meditation techniques that were equivalent to secret skills to raise their cultivation realms. The more stringent the requirement of the meditation technique, the greater the advancement in their powers. For example, the silent meditation technique of the Buddhist sects was also known as keeping quiet or forbidden from talking. Simply put, one must not speak. The Buddhists deem that the reincarnation cycles of the masses are due to the karma accumulated by their bodies, mouths, and intents. The silent meditation technique was meant for them to reduce their karmas gained from speaking and improve their cultivation from that point on. The immovable meditation technique did not refer to their physical movements, but their intents. They must not have wild thoughts so as to reduce their intent karmas. Both of those meditation techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate. Su Zimo had not expected this old monk of the old temple would choose to cultivate both meditation techniques at the same time. Less than that, he did not expect Dai Yu to break both meditation techniques of the old monk directly. The burly man continued, when that woman arrived here back then, she barged into the majestic grand hall without a single word and took the sacred Saraka flower of the Buddhist sects that was placed on display above before turning to leave. That old monk naturally refused to allow her to do so and tried to stop her. But in the end, he was sent flying with a single slap from the woman. At that point, the burly man seemed to recall the events of that day and could not help but roar in laughter, causing the chains on his body to rattle endlessly. If not for the shackle of the chains, that burly man could even leap in joy. Su Zimo was sweating just from hearing it. Dai Yu was truly way too savage. The burly man continued, that old man was struck silly by the slap and forgot about his seclusion cultivation for silent meditation. When he saw the woman about to leave, he crawled up from the ground and said, "Female patron, please hold on." Ha ha ha. Su Zimo looked somewhat embarrassed. He wanted to laugh as well. However, he was now part of the Buddhist sects and the old monk was considered as his master. He could not laugh. Therefore, he could only stand on the spot and hold himself back with tightly pursed lips. He clearly had a hard time holding back as his face flushed a shade of tomato red. The burly man was truly unstoppable when he spoke about everything that happened 8 years ago, rambling on continuously. Su Zimo listened quietly at the side. It was as though he could see everything that was described happening right before his eyes. As he spoke, the burly man suddenly lamented and sighed. "It's all thanks to that woman, otherwise, Suddenly, he stopped speaking entirely. Su Zimo frowned. The burly man was clearly hiding something instead of continuing. Just as Su Zimo was going to ask about it, the burly man changed the topic and spoke about how majestic and powerful he was in the past, overwhelming everything in his way. The burly man took a full hour just to talk about his first battle after stepping foot into the outside world. He was so excited that his saliva flew everywhere and what's more, he wasn't even finished. To think that this red-headed ghost would be so talkative. Su Zimo got increasingly impatient as he listened. Apart from everything about Dai Yu, he was no longer interested in everything that the burly man said later on. Su Zimo could not help but interrupt, "Red-headed ghost, you mentioned previously that you have a way of helping me to repair my inner core?" "That's right." The burly man nodded before glaring at Su Zimo. "Don't interrupt me. Wait for me to be done talking. What's the hurry? I'm not interested." Su Zimo scoffed coldly before turning to leave. Cling! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of chains rattling echoed behind him. This time round, they sounded somewhat strange. Su Zimo turned around instinctively. That single look almost scared the wits out of him. The place where the burly man was initially chained at was now empty. There were only a series of chains lying still on the ground. This. Su Zimo was completely stumped. Suddenly, he felt a shadow flash above his head and the muscles on the back of his neck tightened. He was lifted up by a powerful and massive arm. However, the scary thing was that he could not move at all. Thereafter, the voice of the burly man sounded once more. "Let me tell you, those chains are just for show. Do you really think that I can be restrained by a few rusty, metal chains? Who do you think I was back in the past? I've waited for so long at the bottom of this valley. Now that someone is finally here to talk to me, where are you trying to go?" Initially, there was a little monk who was quite nice and came to accompany me often. Later on, I don't know what happened, but he never appeared again. Su Zimo felt like his head was about to explode with countless ants crawling all over it. He finally understood why Ming Zhen was so frightened and instructed him not to come to the backyard of the Grand Hall. At the same time, in the Sutra chamber, Ming Zhen placed his palms together with a sympathetic expression and sighed. "Junior brother Ming Xian, good luck." Chapter 591, A Bowl of Water. Chapter 591, A Bowl of Water. Lifted by the burly man, Su Zimo was like a weak duckling and was completely helpless. Although his cultivation was crippled, the power of his physique and bloodline was still present. Yet, he was completely immobile after being grabbed at the back of his neck by the forceful fingers of the burly man and could only watch helplessly as he was brought to the depths of the cemetery. How could this be? Those chains could not lock down this red-headed ghost at all? Since the chains can't hold him down, why is he still residing in this cemetery foolishly? Does Master know about this? What's his relationship with this red-headed ghost? Instantly, questions flooded Su Zimo's mind and he was in a state of chaos. Coupled with the incessant ramblings of the red-headed ghost about useless stuff, Su Zimo truly felt like his brains were going to explode. Bang! Su Zimo was tossed to the ground. Just as he was about to rise, the sound of chains ratting echoed and he found himself restrained by a thick chain. Boom! He circulated the power of his bloodline and struggled with all his might. Nothing happened. Although the chain looked rusted, it was extremely resolute and impossible to break free from. His power of bloodline was like a rock sinking into the ocean, it had no effect on the chain at all. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with a cold glint and his body crackled. His bones and tendons sounded together and his entire body shrank. Tendons transformation. Since he could not win with brute force head-on, Su Zimo changed his mentality and intended to escape by shrinking his body. God knows what the burly man wanted to do capturing him here. Even if the burly man had no evil intentions, Su Zimo wouldn't be able to endure his incessant ramblings. The moment Su Zimo's body shrank, the chains binding him shrank unexpectedly as well, locking his body firmly without any chance of escape. Gaga gaga. The burly man sat on the ground with a mocking expression and sneered, "Although that lousy thing can't hold me in, you are nothing to it. You should save your energy." Su Zimo tried again and when he discovered that he truly couldn't break free, he gave up and frowned at the burly man. Now that they were so close, Su Zimo realized that the burly man did not have much flesh and was almost all skin and bones by now. However, he had a huge frame and his bones were extremely strong, making him seem tall and mighty. Every single action of his seemed to be filled with an explosive burst. The burly man gave off an unfathomable aura, as though he was extremely dangerous and had come from the depths of the ancient desolates. Unknowingly, Su Zimo would feel occasional shudders. He did not know what the background of this red-headed ghost was. The only thing he knew was that this red-headed ghost was extremely talkative. He must have endured for a long time such that he wasn't even exhausted right now after rambling endlessly. Kid, you don't know how rough I'm having it. This valley is isolated from the rest of the world, and apart from me, there's only that old monk. Yet, in the end, that asshole chose to cultivate a silent meditation. No matter what I said to him, there was no response from him at all. Look at how much I've endured after so many years. At that point, the burly man was agitated and ground his teeth, thumping his massive fists on the ground. The entire cemetery shook and trembled. Su Zimo could not help but ask, "Why do you say that there's only the two of you? There's also a little monk." Su Zimo regretted as soon as he finished his words. Indeed, when the burly man saw a reaction from Su Zimo, he was even more excited and his eyes blazed as he ran over and sat beside Su Zimo. "Speaking of that little monk, that makes me even more mad. That little monk fell from above 6 years ago. Initially, he was obedient and honest, coming here daily to feed me with food and chat with me. But in less than half a year, he stopped coming. Darn it." The burly man grumbled in displeasure. Su Zimo lamented internally, "Senior brother Ming Zhen is truly someone with resolve to be able to endure this for half a year. Little monk, you can't learn from those two other monks. You'll definitely benefit chatting with me." Su Zimo merely felt his head spin at the moment and could not be bothered about getting any benefits. If not for the restriction of the chains, he would have fled long ago and never stepped foot into the backyard ever again. A horizontal line gradually appeared on the east. Just like that, the entire night passed by with the incessant ramblings of the burly man. The burly man lamented reluctantly, "Time really passes extremely fast. I've only just started talking for a little." Turning around, he looked at Su Zimo and was momentarily startled as he asked in shock. Little monk. Why do you have such dark eye circles? Why are your eyes bloodshot? You don't look good. Your complexion is a tad greenish. Are you poisoned by the corpses? Man, your muscles are twitching. Are you having a cramp?" Su Zimo was agitated and rolled his eyes, almost fainting. Piak. The burly man slapped his own forehead in realization. "I've got it. Little monk, did you not manage to rest well last night? St. Su Zimo repressed the urge to punch the burly man and ground his teeth for a long time before snarling the word out. He would rather engage the paragons of the North region in a battle for 3 full days without resting than to listen to another word of this burly man. This red-headed ghost was a devil-like existence. Look at that, look at that. Little monk, why are you so worked up with those widened eyes? What's keeping you troubled? Let's talk things out. Don't keep it within yourself." The burly man patted Su Zimo on the shoulders and said earnestly. Su Zimo panted heavily and lowered his head, feeling his entire head spin. His limbs felt weak and he did not have the strength to even talk anymore. A demonic glint flashed through the eyes of the burly man. He beckoned his hand and a broken bowl filled with dew flew over from a grass patch not far away. The fingernail on the burly man's index finger protruded slightly with a cold shimmer and he cut it gently across his thumb. A thin cut appeared on his thumb with a trickle of blood. The trickle of blood was so small that it wasn't even 1/10,000 of a normal drop of blood. It fell into the bowl of dew and fused swiftly with it. The dew was still clear and there was nothing unusual about it. His actions were extremely subtle and swift. The moment the burly man received the broken bowl, his index finger made instant contact with his thumb and the cut on the thumb disappeared as quickly as it appeared. With his head slumped, Su Zimo did not notice anything at all. The burly man brought the broken bowl over to Su Zimo and passed it to him with a fake smile. Suddenly, his voice turned eerie and suspicious. "Little monk, the night has been tiring on you. Have some water." Although Su Zimo did not say much throughout the entire night, he was truly exhausted. When he saw the refreshing water before his eyes, he felt his mouth going dry. Coupled with his drowsy state, he did not think much about it and took over the broken bowl before raising his head to drink it completely with a single mouthful. Chapter 592, Rebirth. Chapter 592, Rebirth. The moment the cool water reached his stomach, Su Zimo felt much more refreshed. Cling! Clang! The rattling of the chain sounded. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt his body turn light. The thick chains that restrained him initially were taken away by the burly man. What's the red-headed ghost trying to do? He's going to let me off this easily? Su Zimo frowned and looked at the burly man skeptically. The burly man squatted on the ground and played with the rusty chains in his hands, grinning at Su Zimo with a demonic glint in his eyes. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed as he felt his stomach rumble. Instantly, an extremely tremendous and rich life force surged through his entire body rapidly. Poof! 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 Su Zimo's skin split apart and tore through his entire body like a spiderweb in a frightening manner. There was way too much life force essence. Every single inch of Su Zimo's flesh was being torn apart. In the blink of an eye, he was filled with blood and a misty, scarlet fog surrounded him. His bloodline surged and emanated a rich demonic chi. Ah! Su Zimo roared into the skies with bloodshot eyes as green veins popped up on his neck, slithering like serpents. His body expanded uncontrollably, his flesh was expanding, his tendons were moving, his bones were sounding and his organs were shaking. It was way too painful. The terrifying burst of life force essence within his body was almost causing him to implode. Pain cruised through Su Zimo's body endlessly as he bent over, quivering and almost going into a spasm. His vision flashed with darkness and he could faint at any moment. Unknowingly, the old monk had appeared at the back of the backyard with a deep look of worry in his eyes. The burly man was equally nervous, no longer grinning as joyfully as before. Roar! A coarse roar sounded from the depths of Su Zimo's throat, as though he was an injured wild beast that was struggling on the brink of death. The amount of life force essence was truly way too massive and frightening. It had practically turned into a destructive cyclone within Su Zimo's body, pushing through everything with an overwhelming force. Su Zimo's consciousness gradually faded. He could no longer feel everything around him. He could only pant heavily and struggle to hold on with the remaining bit of grit he had left. A shadow flashed. The old monk arrived beside Su Zimo and glared at the burly man with a hint of anger in his eyes. Thereafter, he turned to look at Su Zimo intently. He chanted a Buddhist proclamation repeatedly. Even though he looked composed, the speed he was counting his prayer beads increased as time passed by. It was clear that he was tense internally. The burly man grabbed his hair and a thin layer of sweat could be seen on his forehead. A while later, when Su Zimo could not hold on any longer, he fell to the ground with a thud, covered in mud and fainted. Piak! The old monk's expression changed and with the shift in his emotions, the prayer beads in his hands shattered. The burly man was horrified and walked forward, slapping Su Zimo on the cheeks while shouting, "Wake up, little monk. Don't scare me." Su Zimo had no reaction at all. His eyes were tightly shut and his pulse turned increasingly weak. The burly man yelled a few more times with an anxious expression. There was still no response from Su Zimo and his breathing was extremely faint. A while later, Su Zimo's heart stopped beating entirely and no breath came from under his nose. His blood flowed slowly until it became completely still. Su Zimo's body slowly turned cold, lying motionlessly in the mud. "It's over, it's over." The burly man sat down with a frightfully pale expression, completely stunned. He had such a great potential to inherit my abilities perfectly. Just like that, the burly man's expression stagnated as he murmured to himself. Frowning, the old monk had an extremely terrible expression as he glared at the burly man and asked, "How much of your blood did you feed him?" just a trickle. It's less than 1/10,000 of a drop of blood, the burly man replied softly and did not dare to make contact with the old monk's gaze. The old monk had practiced Buddhism for a long period of time and had seen through worldly affairs a long time ago. Nothing much could trigger a reaction from him. However, when he heard that, he was truly enraged and questioned in a huff, "Have you gone mad? The amount of energy in that trickle of blood is enough to kill any nascent soul 10 times over. You fed that to him entirely?" The burly man pouted his mouth despondently. "That little monk called me a red-headed ghost, so I wanted to let him suffer a little. Who would have thought? You." The old monk was so angry that he was speechless. I merely wanted to help his inner core recover faster." The burly man was even stuttering out of guilt. When the old monk saw the regretful expression on the burly man's face, he could not bring himself to reproach the latter any further. There was already no way of turning back now that things had come to this. Heis. The old monk sighed deeply and lamented, "This tribulation should be part of this lad's life. To think that fate would still catch up to him even after he came here. I caused this to him." The burly man slumped his head with a dejected expression. After a moment of silence, the old monk said softly, "Let's bury him here. Everyone who is buried in this cemetery were peerless experts 10,000 years ago. It will be befitting of him." Even though he said that, the old monk knew that a dead person was like a flame that was extinguished. Extreme Foundation establishment, strongest monster incarnate in history, all of those meant nothing and would eventually be forgotten in the future with the passing of his life, drowned in the sands of time. The old monk sighed internally and waved his sleeves, coiling up Su Zimo's body to walk deep into the cemetery. All of a sudden, his expression changed and he exclaimed softly, "He's not dead?" The old monk placed Su Zimo down once again and his glabella flashed, spreading his spirit consciousness through the latter's body. Su Zimo's condition was extremely unique. His heart had already stopped beating, but his inner core that was initially cracked was now swiveling slowly. However, it swiveled so slowly that the old monk and burly man did not notice it at the start given their heightened emotions. The burly man closed in and noticed the abnormality within Su Zimo's body as well. What a terrifying cultivation technique! The burly man gasped and was secretly alarmed. Even though his life is gone, this cultivation technique is still moving on its own. It's trying to pull the kid back from Hell's Gate. The old monk had a grim expression. Although this kid has no heartbeat and isn't breathing right now, he's only in a state of pseudo-death. There's still hope for him. There was a long silence. Dong! All of a sudden, a quivering sound echoed from Su Zimo's chest. Although the sound was feeble, both the old monk and the burly man heard it clearly. It was a heartbeat. He had revived. The both of them were invigorated and their eyes lit up. Slowly, the heartbeat became faster and stronger. Swoosh! His blood began to flow again with a faint hint of tsunami tides, bolstering his aura. Swoosh! Su Zimo's nose started exhaling an endless amount of demonic chi that was scarlet as blood. It rumbled furiously before condensing into menacing ancient demon kings that appeared one after another in the void. Wild bovine, stone bear, anaconda, sanguine ape, divine steed, hell tiger and wind leopard. The 7 ancient demon kings were lifelike with sharp fangs and claws. Glaring with widened bloodshot eyes and a murderous aura, they were extremely feral. Given their cultivation realms, both the old monk and burly man were barely affected. The next moment, the demonic chi above the 7 demon kings rumbled and a blood-red butterfly faintly appeared. The round moons on both of its wings resembled a pair of cold eyes that were extremely chilling. When the old monk caught sight of that butterfly, his expression changed starkly and he staggered a step in retreat, as though he recalled something. The burly man was even more petrified and knelt on the ground with a thud. Kowtowing with snot and tears streaming down his face, he cried, "Missus, I was wrong. It was an accident." Chapter 593, Who's Crying? Chapter 593, Who's Crying? I didn't mean for this to happen. I did it out of goodwill. See, isn't that little monk fine now? There's no need for you to come personally for a small matter as such, right? Your cultivation techniques are truly incredible, able to twist heaven and earth and reverse life and death, eh? As the burly man cried, he noticed that something was amiss. The blood-colored butterfly in midair did not move at all. There was no life force within it as well. After glaring at the blood-colored butterfly for a while, the burly man realized that it was an illusion conjured from Su Zimo's exhalation and did not possess any killing power at all. The burly man's expression darkened and he wanted to slap himself. He had lived for countless years, and even if he met with the top existence of Tianhuang mainland, he wouldn't show any bit of fear, let alone lose his composure as such. However, that woman who appeared 8 years ago was way too domineering that she left a trauma in his heart. The moment the blood-colored butterfly appeared earlier on, he thought for a moment that the woman had returned. The burly man felt guilty to begin with after nearly causing Su Zimo's death. His first reaction when he saw the blood-colored butterfly was that she was here to make him pay for it. Instantly, he was scared out of his wits and lost strength in his knees, kneeling onto the ground with a thud. The old monk was much calmer. The burly man stood up embarrassedly and coughed gently to hide his awkwardness. Thankfully, that little monk was unconscious and did not witness everything. Otherwise, he would have to hide his head in a hole. A mocking look flashed through the old monk's hazy eyes as he said idly, "To think that the great old monk." The burly man interrupted the old monk in a huff before that sentence could be completed. He pointed at the old monk and nearly thrust his finger on the latter's face, snarling with widened eyes, "Shut up." The old monk smirked coldly. He looked at Su Zimo and was comforted with the fact that the latter was already out of danger and his breathing had stabilized. With that, he turned to leave. Halfway through, the old monk suddenly stopped in his tracks and murmured expressionlessly, "Red-headed ghost? That's a good name." The burly man froze for a moment before returning to his senses. By then, the old monk was already gone from the backyard of the grand hall. He gripped his fists so tightly that they cracked as he snarled through grit teeth, "Damn it, stupid old monk. Making fun of me instead of spending your time practicing your Buddhism." A long time later, Su Zimo stirred awake. His eyes were dazed as he struggled to sit up. Rubbing his head, he sat for a long while before slowly remembering what happened before he fainted. The massive face of the red-headed ghost flashed through Su Zimo's mind repeatedly and his ears seemed to buzz. Shuddering, Su Zimo leaped up and sprinted towards the grand hall with all his might, almost without thinking at all. After running for a while, Su Zimo's expression changed and he gradually noticed something unusual. His body seemed to be stronger than before. Some luster had also returned to his inner core and one of the tears was already repaired. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled that bowl of water he last consumed. The only thing that had a problem was that bowl of water. "Little monk, from today onwards, come over here and drink a bowl of water once every month." Right then, a familiar voice sounded. This was the voice that had tormented Su Zimo and nearly turned him insane. Repressing the urge to run away with all his might, Su Zimo turned around. In the depths of the cemetery, a burly man who was locked up with chains laid down on the floor with his hands behind his head. He did not look at Su Zimo at all and seemed like he was resting with his eyes closed. Su Zimo could not help but ask, "Red-headed ghost, what's in that water?" At the mention of red-headed ghost, the burly man's mouth cramped up and he remarked impatiently, "Just drink if I ask you to drink. What's with all that nonsense?" Although Su Zimo was snubbed, he was not angry. He could vaguely sense that the attitude of the burly man towards him had changed slightly after he woke up. He could not pinpoint the exact reason. Something must have happened while he was unconscious. That bowl of water was far from simple as well. Previously, when Su Zimo consumed the 10,000-year vermilion fruit and his body received that immense boost from the tremendous amount of life force, his inner core did not show any signs of recovery at all. Yet, after drinking that bowl of water, his body turned stronger and one of the tears on his inner core had even recovered. That was not all. Su Zimo could clearly feel that there was still a tremendous amount of life force essence remaining in his body. Even if he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness every single night, that amount of energy could suffice him for an entire month. The amazing regeneration capability and the tremendous amount of life force essence, just what was in the water for it to possess such mysterious power? Su Zimo recounted through the ancient books he had seen before, but he could not compare any universal treasure to that spirit water. However, there was one thing he was clear about. With enough of the spirit water, his inner core should be able to recover to its original state within a few years. If he continued cultivating, he could even attain greater mastery or a perfected inner core. This was a cultivation speed that he wouldn't be able to get outside of the Dragon Burial Valley even if he had sufficient flesh to consume. With the latent danger of his inner core resolved, Su Zimo was delighted. Even if he was oblivious, he could tell at this moment that the burly man was helping him. At that thought, Su Zimo turned towards the burly man and bowed deeply, saying with sincerity, "Thank you very much, red-headed ghost. There are good and bad ghosts as well, and it seems like you're definitely one of the kind ones, except that you're way too talkative. Get lost." The burly man hollered. Su Zimo ran away. Gazing at Su Zimo's back view, the burly man revealed a set of sharp pearly whites and ground them till they cracked, saying spitefully with a hateful expression, "You're the ghost. Your whole family are ghosts." By the time Su Zimo arrived at the courtyard in front of the Grand Hall, it was already noon. Ming Zhen was chanting scriptures in the courtyard. When he saw Su Zimo return completely fine, his eyes widened and he headed over, asking confusedly, "Junior brother Ming Xian, are you all right?" Ming Zhen understood the terror of the burly man in the backyard. If he was the one that was tormented for the entire night, he would have been exhausted and dispirited, unlike Su Zimo who was invigorated and chirpy. "I'm fine." Su Zimo patted Ming Zhen on the shoulders with a relaxed expression, saying with a fake smile, "I'm going to return there a month later. Do you want to join me?" "And no." Ming Zhen shook his head left and right like a drum and replied firmly. Su Zimo smiled. Right then, the old monk opened his doors and came forth, saying in a casual manner, "A woman arrived at the top of the Dragon Burial Valley this morning and has been crying for 10 minutes, sigh, in the blink of an eye, a year has already passed." "Woman? Crying?" Su Zimo froze for a moment. Immediately after, as though he recalled something, he turned and headed out of the old temple. Ming Zhen turned around with a worried expression. "Master, lend me your dermic weapon again. I'll go protect Ming Xian." "There's no need." The old monk shook his head. "Let him go alone. He has the Mingwang prayer beads with him, those evil ghosts out there won't be able to get close to him." Chapter 594, The Love is Deep but the Affinity Falls Short. Chapter 594, The Love is Deep but the Affinity Falls Short. Su Zimo pushed the doors open and walked out. For a moment, he forgot that he was outside the old temple and there were malevolent spirits and ghosts. At that moment, the only thing on his mind was the woman who was crying at the top of the Dragon Burial Valley a year after. Who was crying? Who was she crying for? Su Zimo had a vague guess in his mind. The person outside thought that he was already dead. Theoretically speaking, today was his death anniversary. After leaving the old temple, Su Zimo meandered around the borders of the valley and headed forward slowly. Not long after, he heard intermittent sobbing sounds. He walked for a little more before coming to a stop. Even though his inner core had not recovered completely yet, his hearing power was still around. The woman sobbing was right above him. One of them was at the top of the valley and the other at the bottom. They were thousands of feet apart. Su Zimo raised his head and it was dark above him with nothing to be seen. However, he already knew the identity of the person up there. A tear fell silently from above, through the gap thousands of feet deep, and landed on Su Zimo's face with a semblance of warmth. Su Zimo was silent. A long time later, the sobbing turned softer and came to a stop. Zimo, today is your death anniversary. I'm here to visit you, the woman's voice sounded. For some reason, when he heard that statement, Su Zimo felt as though something pounded his heart and his vision turned blurry with a misty fog. This was the Dragon Burial Valley. How many people would choose to avoid it completely? How many powerful living beings have been buried here for tens of thousands of years? Just a year ago, countless paragons of the North region died here. Notwithstanding the fact that this was an unlucky place, how much danger did one have to risk to pass through the Great Xian ruins and the obstruction of endless otherworldly soldiers just to get here? I'm now the Empress of Great Zhou. In the palace, in front of others, I don't dare to and neither can I cry. This is the only place where I can cry without holding myself back. Zimo, you must not laugh at me. Zimo, don't worry. I've already hid Mr. Su Hong. Unless I die, nobody will be able to find him. It's just that. At that point, the woman paused. It's just that the cultivators of Glass Palace vented their frustrations on the masses of the Yen country and many innocents were killed. Sigh. Thankfully, pure maiden sect of the fiend sects arrived and saved many of them. At that point, Su Zimo gripped his fists tightly and his eyes shone with a murderous glint. Although Su Hong was safe, he loved his people as though they were his own children. Upon hearing that the masses of the Yen country were massacred, he must have been tormented immensely internally. That feeling was most likely worse than death for Su Hong. Glass Palace. Su Zimo's gaze darkened with a killing intent that was almost materialized. After starting his cultivation, what he was most afraid of was implicating his family. To think that it was something that couldn't be avoided at the end of the day. Although Su Hong was fine, those innocents that were murdered were actually implicated because of him. It's truly thanks to the arrival of Pure Maiden sect that diverted the attention of all the sects and factions of the North region. Almost everyone believed that Pure Maiden sect was the one that saved Mr. Su Hong. Let's not talk about such stuff anymore. The woman's voice seemed to turn much more relaxed. Let's talk about happier stuff now that we haven't met in a year. All in all, Mr. Su is fine, so you don't have to worry about that, Zimo. Ethereal Peak is fine as well, and I've also formed my golden core. The woman spoke to herself at the top of Dragon Burial Valley about everything that happened in the past year. Su Zimo listened quietly and silently, feeling the ice-cold wall in front of him with his palm. It was as though the 100,000 feet distance between him and the woman could be gapped through the wall. It was as though the both of them were inches apart. It was as though he was standing beside the woman, listening to her soft comments. Su Zimo's golden core was already crippled and the tears on his inner core had not recovered fully yet. He could not fly in the sky. He could not soar through this height and meet the woman at the top of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly and his eyes dimmed. Even if he could soar through the air, he might not want to choose to meet the woman. That was because, he was Su Zimo. He was the man who had offended Glass Palace and the entire North region. He was a demon that was not accepted in the entire cultivation world. The moment he showed himself in the North region, he would definitely be met with a relentless pursuit. Anyone related to him would be implicated. It was the case for Su Hong, and it was also the case for the citizens of the Yen country. If he chose to leave the Dragon Burial Valley and meet with that woman or return to Ethereal Peak, he would bring about an apocalyptic catastrophe for both her and Ethereal Peak. The moment he stepped out of the Dragon Burial Valley would be the moment he left the North region. The sun rose and set. Unknowingly, the skies darkened and it was already dusk. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the malevolent qi in the surrounding had grown denser. The Mingwang prayer beads on his left wrist glowed with a mysterious luster. Many ghosts and spirits wandered nearby, but none of them dared to advance. If that was the case at the bottom of the valley, it was naturally the same above. A deep look of worry could be seen in Su Zimo's eyes. Right now, he was hoping for the woman to leave the place as quickly as possible. A while later, the skies darkened further and bright stars dotted the firmaments. Finally, the woman said softly, "Zimo, I have to leave now." Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. A moment later, when he saw that there was no more activity up above and wanted to return to the old temple, the woman's voice sounded once more with a hint of sniffing, "Zimo, I miss you." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The sob grew distant, the woman had already left. Su Zimo stood there motionlessly for a long time in silence. After the night passed and day broke out again, he heaved a deep breath and walked back to the old temple. When Ming Zhen saw Su Zimo enter through the doors with a dejected expression and lost gaze, he was confused but was too awkward to head up and ask about it. He was only in his teens and had spent his life at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, isolated from the outside world. How would he understand something as such? Winter came and summer passed. Spring came and autumn passed. On this day every year, a woman would appear above the Dragon Burial Valley, commenting softly about everything that happened in the past year without stopping. On this day every year, the woman would seem like she had an endless amount of things to talk about. On this day every year, Su Zimo would leave the old temple. He would spend an entire day and night outside. One was at the bottom while the other was at the top of the valley. They were separated thousands of meters apart and could not see the other. On this day every year, when Su Zimo returned from outside, Ming Zhen could see an indescribable sadness in the depths of Su Zimo's eyes. Finally, one day, after watching Su Zimo return to the old temple and enter the Sutra chamber, Ming Zhen could not help but run to the old monk. "Master, what's wrong with junior brother? Is there a woman waiting above the Dragon Burial Valley for him? Junior brother's inner core is already mostly recovered and he can now fly through the air. Why doesn't he want to go and meet her?" Ming Zhen was filled with curiosity and asked everything at one go. There was a long silence. The old monk did not speak at all. Right as Ming Zhen was about to leave in disappointment, the old monk opened his eyes and sighed gently. The love is deep but the affinity falls short. Chapter 595, Danger. Chapter 595, Danger. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5 years after the appearance of the vermilion fruit in the Great Qian ruins and the great battle between the paragons. The impact of that battle had not subsided due to time. On the contrary, it grew even more intense. The North region was fueled with war. Endless clashes broke out between vassal states along with invasions. With every year, a few dynasties disappeared. The frequent wars caused countless lives to fall into distress, destitute and homeless with their families broken apart. As for the Great Shang, Great Yu and Great Xia dynasties, they were coveting greedily at the sidelines because the Great Zhou dynasty had no time to spare. Now that Ji Yaoxue had ascended the throne and was a woman, the first in history, the imperial court was in a mess with troublemakers snaking out everywhere. Chaos was starting to break out in the Great Zhou dynasty. It was thankful that the Great Zhou dynasty had been built for 10,000 years and had a solid foundation, allowing it to control the situation for now. However, Throughout the capital, any sharp person could tell that if the situation continued to develop with its current trend, the Great Zhou dynasty would meet with a calamity in less than 100 years. A single misstep might cause its 10,000-year-old foundation to be destroyed overnight. If any changes happened, that calamity might even be brought forward and could break out at any moment. The Great Zhou dynasty was in a precarious situation both internally and externally. This was a great trial for the current empress of Great Zhou, Ji Yaoxue. No matter how much the north region was riled up, there was a hidden place in the depths of the Great Qian ruins that was isolated from the external world and its chaos. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. For the past 5 years, 3 monks, 2 young and 1 old, spent their days chanting sutras and paying their respects to Buddha in this unassuming old temple. A little fox stood guard by the side peacefully. The backyard of the Grand Hall was the only place that had occasional sounds of chains rattling. This morning, an elegant-looking monk walked forth from the sutra chamber. He tidied his attire before opening the gates of the old temple to head out. For the past 5 years, he did the same on this day of every year. The little monk within the old temple was already used to it, merely glancing up once before continuing to read his sutras. Backyard of the Grand Hall. The old monk had just paid his respects to a friend of the past before turning to look at the burly man who was lying down lazily in the cemetery, looking up at the sun. Suddenly, he said, "Red-headed ghost, that lad's inner core has already recovered, so he doesn't have to come back here anymore. He can now focus on chanting his sutras and paying respects to Buddha wholeheartedly to find a method to recover his golden core." The burly man was flustered when he heard that and jolted upright. He could not even be bothered about the old monk calling him a red-headed ghost as he yelled, "That won't do. I'm not even taking up his daytime. He can follow you to study all the Buddhism stuff in the daytime, but he has to come here and cultivate at night. Furthermore, he has been comprehending sutras for the past 5 years without any reaction to his dantian. It might not work even if he spends another 5 years. If it was up to me, I'd say that learning from you guys of the Buddhist sects is just a waste of time." The old monk asked indifferently, "Is it not a waste of time for him to drink your blood?" "Of course." The burly man declared proudly, "Apart from the fact that his inner core has recovered entirely after drinking my blood for 5 years, his physique now is even more frightening than it was 5 years ago. He can wallop all the golden cores out there." The old monk sneered coldly. The burly man grumbled, "I don't care, he just has to come over to my side to cultivate every night. It's unknown whether or not his golden core recovers, and even you have no idea about it. You can't waste all his time on that." The old monk frowned and glared at the burly man deeply, asking, "You've got some other motives for being so concerned, right? What other motives can I have?" The burly man patted his chest and declared righteously, "That woman was my benefactor back then. I'm not an ingrate who doesn't pay back for what I've received." Pausing for a moment, the burly man rolled his eyes, as though he recalled something, before rubbing his chin with an odd expression. "However, that lad has something in his body that I didn't expect. Now that his inner core has already recovered, I can impart to him something special from tonight onwards." "Heh? What?" the old monk asked. The burly man chuckled. "Just a little trick that's insignificant." The old monk smiled and turned to leave. He knew the burly man way too well. The more the burly man emphasized on it being a little trick, the more it was far from simple. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. A young monk stood there dressed in grey monk robes. He had elegant features and pushed his palm against the ice-cold wall in front of him, twitching his ears as though he was listening for something. "Zimo, I'm back. Sight, mister. Su hasn't been in great shape these few years and his hair has turned white. In part, it's because of your death. At the same time, it's also because of the citizens of Yen country. I've learned a lot from him. He's a truly wise ruler, unfortunately." The woman recounted everything that happened in the past year without any hurry, as though she was chatting with someone. The young monk listened quietly. Every single update on Mr. Su's health would bring about a look of worry on his face. Every interesting thing would bring forth a smile for him. One was at the bottom and the other was at the top. Although the two of them could not meet, it seemed like there was an invisible thread that connected every bit of joy, sadness, worry and happiness for them. Unknowingly, it was already noon. All of a sudden, a series of gleeful laughs came from above the Dragon Burial Valley. Ha ha ha. A man's voice sounded. Indeed, it's the Empress of Great Zhou. What a coincidence. I'm Si Junyu of the Great Xia dynasty. I've wanted to befriend you for the longest time, fellow Taoist Yaoxue. Oh, right. Jun Hao, who died in your hands in the ancient battlefield, was my elder brother. Si Junyu laughed. I've got to thank you. Otherwise, with that brother of mine around, I wouldn't have the chance to shine. Empress, leave first. The strong, firm voice of a man sounded. The young monk frowned slightly at the familiarity of that voice. It seemed to be the guard of the previous emperor of Great Zhou, perfected Lord Mingzhe. The young monk was slightly relieved. Nothing should happen with a nascent soul protecting the woman. Humph. Run? Si Junyu sneered, you guys won't be able to escape today even if you've got wings. Perfected Lord Mingzhe, it's been a long time. Mingzhe, you will die today. Immediately, two other voices sounded murderously. Although he was not seeing it personally, the young monk had already guessed vaguely that Si Junyu seemed to have arrived with reinforcements. In fact, he prepared two nascent souls to deal with perfected Lord Mingzhe. True enough. Si Junyu sneered coldly, fellow Taoist Yaoxue, you are truly careful to only bring one person with you so as to not attract attention. However, don't forget, this is the Great Qian Ruins, a messy place that isn't part of the territory of Great Zhou. It's impossible for you to hide from avoiding attention completely. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Si Junyu laughed. Interesting. To think that the great Empress of Great Zhou would take such a huge risk to come here on this day every single year. Seems like you've got an uncanny relationship with that monster incarnate who died 5 years ago? I heard that the monster incarnate's elder brother went missing. He can't be hidden away by you, right? Ha ha ha. What do you want? The woman spoke and interrupted Si Junyu's laughter. Si Junyu retracted his smile and barked coldly. Of course I want to solidify my ascension to the throne by retrieving your head. Bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. The young monk's gaze turned cold. Chapter 596, Change. Chapter 596, Change. Dragon Burial Valley. Ji Yaoxue and perfected Lord Mingzhe stood at the edge and had nowhere to retreat. Perfected Lord Mingzhe had a grim expression. The two nascent souls that stood in midair had frightening auras and sharp gazes. They were cultivators of heavenly piercing sword sect. The man on the left with a long face was Gu Suchi and he specialized in using dual swords. The skinny old man on the right was perfected Lord Tian Chen. He cultivated a supreme sword technique that even dust couldn't penetrate once it was released. Both of them were experts of the North region who were way more famous than he was. If it was a one-on-one fight, perfected Lord Mingzhe was confident that he could maneuver his way through. However, if the two of them struck at the same time, he would definitely be defeated. Behind Si Junyu, there were another 20 golden cores. Apart from the top guards of the Great Xia dynasty, there were 10 golden core sword cultivators from heavenly piercing sword sect who were all at late stage or perfected golden core realm. Any few people from the 20 was enough to suppress Ji Yaoxue. It was clear that the other party had planned this for a long time and came prepared, not intending to give them any chance. Perfected Lord Mingzhe frowned tightly and was anxious internally. Given the circumstances, it was already difficult for him to protect himself, let alone escort Ji Yaoxue out of this place. In the cultivation world, sword cultivators had the greatest killing power. Nobody could guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed against the attacks of two great sword cultivators. Ji Yaoxue had a calm expression and glared at Si Junyu coldly. There were no signs of weakness or fear in her eyes. Piak. 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 Si Junyu clapped and raised his chin, smiling. It's no wonder why you're the empress of a dynasty. To think that you can still maintain your composure even at this moment. I hope that you can remain as calm when you end up in my hands later on. Fufu, I can't wait to get my hands all over you. Clang. Clang. The sound of swords unsheathing echoed. Beside Si Junyu, 5 guards and 5 cultivators of heavenly piercing sword sect moved at the same time and charged towards Ji Yaoxue. The other 10 people guarded Si Junyu. Ji Yaoxue had a cold gaze and circulated her golden core, slapping her storage bag. Swash! 2 flying swords hovered at the front before bursting through the air. My! Si Junyu yelled in fake surprise, 2 supreme-grade flying swords. Impressive, impressive. Herg. The 5 great Xia guards were clad in armor and strode forward with cold expressions. They struck at the same time in unison with a ferocious momentum. Clang. 5 thick sabers collided heavily against the incoming flying sword. Sparks flew everywhere. The 5 sabers were only superior-grade spirit weapons. However, the 5 men had higher cultivation realms than Ji Yaoxue and furthermore, they were trained in their combo attacks. The slashes of those 5 sabers caused one of the supreme-grade flying swords to be repelled instantly. A look of mockery flashed through one of the heavenly piercing sword sect's cultivators. He struck immediately and twisted his sword, causing sword chi to surge forward and repelled the other flying sword. The difference was too great. In a single round, she had already lost control of both her supreme-grade flying swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The other 4 sword chis streaked past Ji Yaoxue. Buzz. The robe she was wearing glowed brightly with 4 spirit patterns in a bedazzling manner, withstanding the killing power of the sword chi. It was the robe that Su Zimo had crafted for her personally back then. Although it could withstand the sharpness of the swords, it could not block out their power completely. Ji Yaoxue grunted dully and her face turned paler. To be fair, if not for the fact that Si Junyu wanted to capture her alive, it would have been too easy for those sword cultivators to kill her. Si Junyu remarked leisurely, Ji Yaoxue, I'd advise you to surrender obediently and spare yourself the pain. Ji Yaoxue clenched her teeth unyieldingly and circulated her golden core wildly as she conjured a hand seal and released a secret skill of the great Zhou dynasty. Emperor Defensive Qi. Ji Yaoxue's spirit energy surged fanatically and gathered at her fingers through specific meridians. Pointing forward gently, spirit energy surged out and formed an arrow rain of sword chi in midair that shot towards the 10 incoming golden cores. The Emperor Defensive Qi was a secret skill of the Great Qian Empire. The Great Zhou dynasty only managed to secure an incomplete section of it. Even so, the might of that secret skill was not to be underestimated and it consumed an immense amount of spirit energy. Ji Yaoxue had just advanced to Golden Core realm and the burst of that spirit art depleted her spirit energy almost entirely, her Golden Core was already throbbing in pain. Clang! 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 Be it the great Xia guards or the sword cultivators of heavenly piercing sword sect, none of them were afraid. Their sabers and swords danced and welcomed the incoming sword chi, dispersing them entirely. Even Emperor Defensive Qi could not stop the advancement of 10 golden cores. Ji Yaoxue grit her teeth with a resolute gaze. The Dragon Burial Valley was right behind her. As the Empress of Great Zhou, she'd rather die than endure humiliation in the hands of Si Junyu. At the most, she would just be crushed in midair. The outcome of the fight between perfected Lord Ming-Zhe and the two sword cultivators was about to be shown. To be precise, it was the death of one party. Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe had already used all his strength and released all his trump cards. Even then, he could not withstand the edge of the two sword cultivators and was wounded from head to toe as blood stained his robes. Ugh! Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe's gaze dimmed as he sighed internally. It's over, it's over. Even after cultivating for hundreds of years, I can't complete this path. Such is the cultivation world. Seems like the Dragon Burial Valley is truly an unlucky place. Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe smiled in self-mockery. Below him, Ji Yaoxue already had nowhere to retreat. Turning around to look at the dark and mysterious Dragon Burial Valley behind her, she had no fear nor sadness in her eyes. Instead, there was relief and ease. Zimo, did you jump from here 5 years ago? I'm coming to join you now 5 years later. Ji Yaoxue smiled and leaped down into the Dragon Burial Valley. All of a sudden, a white light flashed at an extremely fast speed and coiled around Ji Yaoxue's waist like a python. Ji Yaoxue was about to fall when she was coiled by an extremely nimble spirit rope and yanked up from the cliff directly. A great Xia guard was on the other end of the spirit rope. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spirit rope continued coiling and instantly restrained Ji Yaoxue's limbs. She had no way of breaking free. Si Junyu reared his head in wild laughter and remarked gleefully, "Fellow Taoist Yaoxue, I've already expected that move from you and prepared for it. There's no way you're going to have such an easy death." Ji Yaoxue's face turned pale. She was not afraid of death. Rather, she was afraid of the humiliation she would face from Si Junyu. At that time, the entire Great Zhou dynasty would become a joke. "Bring that woman over here." Si Junyu laughed with a sharp glint in his eyes. "I want to see how the Empress of Great Zhou is going to perform when she's kneeling in front of me." Ha ha ha. Understood. A guard strode forward and reached out to whisk Ji Yaoxue up. All of a sudden, a change happened. On the other end of the battlefield, a gray figure charged over at an extremely fast speed. He arrived before them instantly with a torrential killing intent. Nobody saw where that man came from. It was as though he appeared from thin air. "You!" One of the heavenly piercing sword sect cultivators was alarmed and was about to speak. However, he was knocked flying before he could even lift his sword. Exploding in midair, the person turned into a mist of blood and died on the spot. A sword cultivator was rammed to death just like that. Chapter 597, Massacre. Chapter 597, Massacre. The speed of the intruder was way too fast. Everyone merely felt their visions blur before that person charged into the crowd and rammed a sword cultivator to death before arriving before Ji Yaoxue. In fact, nobody could even tell the gender of the intruder, let alone make out his appearance. "Who's there?" The great Xia guard beside Ji Yaoxue hollered and circulated his golden core. Releasing his spirit energy, he slashed in reverse towards the intruder's head. Bang! The intruder did not avoid or dodge at all. At an extremely fast speed, before the saber even reached his head, he struck first and punched the great Xia guard in the chest. The great Xia guard's body was smashed into pieces. Another golden core was dead. Pust. Everyone was shocked and gasped, retreating a step back instinctively. The intruder killed 2 people in succession and stopped right beside Ji Yaoxue. He lowered his body and reached out to tug at the spirit rope that was binding the ladder. Pang! 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 The spirit rope snapped into pieces. By now, the cold and steely great Xia guards could no longer stay calm as well. Although that spirit rope looked unassuming, even perfected golden cores would struggle to break free from it once they were entangled, let alone snap it. What sort of strength was that? Finally, everyone caught a clear view of the intruder's appearance. Monk? The intruder was a middle-aged monk wearing grey robes that were pale from washing. He looked muscular and had steely features. The strangest thing was that there was no spirit energy fluctuation emanating from the person. Even the nascent souls could not see through the person with their spirit consciousnesses, let alone the guards. It was as though the middle-aged monk was shrouded by an invisible barrier that could avoid detection from spirit consciousnesses. Initially, perfected Lord Ming-Zhe was delighted when he saw someone step in to help. After taking a clear look at that person, disappointment filled his eyes. Although he could not see through the middle-aged monk, he could sense that there was no dermic power from that person. In other words, this middle-aged monk was a golden core at most. Given the current circumstances, even if the person who arrived was the number 1 golden core, it would not change anything. That was because there were still 2 sword cultivators of nascent soul realm. That was the most frightening power that could not be ignored. Gu Suchi and perfected Lord Tian Chen had clearly also deduced the cultivation realm of the middle-aged monk relying on their experience. Perfected Lord Tian Chen sneered, "Humph, a puny golden core who doesn't know what's good for him." When he heard that, Si Junyu heaved a sigh of relief and calmed down. As long as the person who arrived was only at golden core, there wouldn't be any accidents. Everyone's gaze turned towards the middle-aged monk. It was the same for Ji Yaoxue. She looked at that foreign face with a lost expression. She did not know this person at all. Yet, why would he risk his life to save her? My gratitude, fellow Taoist. Despite her confusion, Ji Yaoxue expressed her thanks. The middle-aged monk nodded expressionlessly. Ji Yaoxue frowned with an odd feeling in her heart. It was indescribable. Where did this wild monk spout out from? How dare you interfere in the affairs of the great Xia dynasty? Si Junyu hollered and interrupted Ji Yaoxue's train of thoughts. The middle-aged monk turned around and swept his gaze across the 3 nascent souls that were fighting in midair dully. When he looked at Si Junyu who was not far away, his eyes turned murderous and he stomped forward. Boom! The ground quaked. All the golden cores present felt their hearts skip a beat. The middle-aged monk had already disappeared from where he was. Like an ancient ferocious beast, he charged forward with a terrifying might. Everywhere he passed, the ground overturned and mud flew, creating a massive ravine. He was way too savage. His ferocity was suffocating. A great Xia guard reacted slower, and by the time he raised the saber on his back, the middle-aged monk's palm had already descended. Poof! That person's head was shoved right into his chest and his neck snapped, he died on the spot. Another great Xia guard saber descended. The monk did not even bother to look at all and punched against the saber with his bare fist. Die! The great Xia guard hollered with a cruel expression. Snap! There wasn't the sound of a blade cutting into flesh that he expected to hear. There wasn't a flash of blood that he expected to see either. Everyone could clearly tell that the superior-grade saber that was crafted from pure gold crystal was shattered by the middle-aged monk's bare hands. Poof! Countless shards scattered and riddled the great Xia guard's body with holes that flowed with blood. That person fell stiffly with widened eyes. Where did this demonic monk come from? From the side, a heavenly piercing sword sect cultivator circulated spirit energy and his sword quivered and buzzed. It emitted 5 spirit lights that was extremely domineering and chilling. It was a perfect grade spirit weapon. Swash! The person's sword trembled. Instantly, 13 sword phantoms appeared in midair. The phantoms danced wildly and it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. The middle-aged monk's gaze shimmered and he reached out, identifying the true body of the sword instantly. Not only that, his fingers seemed like they were metal and forceful, dodging the sharpness of the blade nimbly as they pinned the sword on its blade. All the sword phantoms dispersed. Nothing remained. The sword cultivator's expression changed and he wanted to withdraw his sword by instinct. However, after it was pinned by the middle-aged monk's fingers, the perfect grade sword seemed like it was pinned under a mountain and could not budge at all. Not good. The person sensed danger and realized that something was amiss. He wanted to retreat but it was too late. The middle-aged monk shifted agilely and pushed the blade that he was holding gently forward. The entire process was fluid as water without any pauses at all. The blade swiped past the person's throat. It was extremely simple but it was enough to take the person's life. Shing! A blood mist spewed out. The sword cultivator clutched at the wound on his throat frantically but he could not stop the blood flow as his gaze dimmed swiftly. Another 3 golden cores were dead. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. The middle-aged monk did not pause at all and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before Si Junyu, leaving 5 golden cores in his wake. Si Junyu was panicked. He had never seen such methods before. His guards, and even the sword cultivators of heavenly piercing sword sect, could not even withstand a single move against the middle-aged monk, as though they were pieces of paper in his path. The middle-aged monk was ruthless and every single attack from him was a killing blow, he gave no chances at all. Kill him for me. Si Junyu howled. There were 5 more great Xia guards and 5 sword cultivators from heavenly piercing sword sect in front of him. To Si Junyu, as long as the 10 golden cores could hold back the middle-aged monk, the latter would definitely die once the 2 nascent souls in the air killed perfected Lord Ming-Zhe and returned. Kill! The 5 great Xia guards roared and struck at the same time. Boom! The eyes of one of heavenly piercing sword sect sword cultivators lit up and he produced an extremely frightening aura. Without even testing the waters, he released his golden core phenomenon. Chapter 598, Terrifying Combat Strength. Chapter 598, Terrifying Combat Strength. Heavenly piercing 7 swords. The man hollered and the sword chi within his body rumbled. His golden core circulated wildly as spirit energy howled. 7 gigantic swords appeared hovering in the air behind him, so sharp that they threatened to rip the heavens into pieces. Heavenly piercing 7 swords. Rank 78 of the previous phenomenon ranking. This sword cultivator had clearly gained the true legacy of heavenly piercing sword sect. Furthermore, he must have had an extremely deep level of comprehension to be able to cultivate this golden core phenomenon of the sect. Golden core phenomenons were the most terrifying attacks of golden cores. The golden core phenomenons of sword cultivators were even more lethal. The middle-aged monk had just advanced and the 5 great Xia guards released a combo technique in unison with a tacit understanding. Their 5 sabers seemed to fuse together into a sturdy and massive saber that descended from the skies with an apocalyptic aura. Additionally, 4 swords that shimmered with a chilling light shot over from 4 different angles. Before they arrived, the swords were already letting off an unsettling aura. The most terrifying attack was the golden core phenomenon that was just released, heavenly piercing 7 swords. Kill him! Kill him! Si Junyu howled with a maniacal look. The middle-aged monk was expressionless against the incoming attacks. His eyes lit up as he opened his mouth, releasing a deafening sound of Sanskrit. Oam. That syllable was extremely odd and was definitely not a normal word from Tianhuang mainland. It possessed a noble might when it was spoken by the middle-aged monk. Even though there was no spirit energy fluctuation from the body of the middle-aged monk, the Sanskrit reverberated through the world continuously as though it could tunnel through any obstacle straight into one's heart. That Sanskrit was a burst that relied merely on the power of his organs, throat and tongue. Sound secret skill? The three nascent souls in midair were slightly surprised. Sound secret skills were the rarest secret techniques in the cultivation world and were extremely difficult to cultivate. Only certain super sects and top factions have them. That daming mantra was a renowned secret skill of the daming monastery that had been lost for 10,000 years. The lifespans of nascent souls were merely a few thousand years old. Naturally, none of the three nascent souls knew of the origin of that secret skill. On the battlefield, the 10 golden cores that were fighting were caught unprepared and shuddered. The 5 sabers of the great Xia guards and 4 swords of the sword cultivators paused briefly as well. For ordinary cultivators, that delay might not have seemed like anything much. However, in the eyes of the middle-aged monk, it was a massive opening. A single delay meant that there was a break in their strength. The middle-aged monk did not dodge or avoid. Instead, he took the first move and swung his arm like a thick iron whip against the 5 sabers. Crack! 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 All the sabers shattered. The 5 great Xia guards were shocked. Right as they were about to retreat, they discovered that the middle-aged monk did not continue to chase them. He had turned towards the 4 sword cultivators from Heavenly Piercing Sword sect. Before the 5 of them could react, another sound of Sanskrit boomed in their ears. It was truly an explosion. It was as though thunder had just sounded in their ears. Ma! All 5 of them widened their eyes, which instantly turned bloodshot as they froze on the spot. It was as though a gigantic hammer had thumped them at the back of the head, causing them to lose consciousness for a moment. The 4 sword cultivators of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect had initially recovered and were about to continue attacking when they heard the second Sanskrit word. All 4 of them revealed pained expressions and winced badly. They could not even maintain their grip on the swords in their hands, let alone continue to attack. The middle-aged monk charged into the 4 of them with a cold gaze. Instantly, he threw out 4 punches in succession and ruptured all of their heads. In the end, the remaining sword cultivator could not manage to attack as well. It wasn't because he didn't want to, it was because he couldn't. The 2 Sanskrit words caused him to freeze up and the 7 swords behind him swayed before they even materialized fully, showing signs of dispersing. How could that person attack to deal with the middle-aged monk when he could not even defend? Within a split second, 4 of his fellow sect mates were dead. And at that very moment, the middle-aged monk had already arrived before him. The next moment, his pupils constricted violently. He could see the middle-aged monk opening his mouth once more. Ni. The 3rd Sanskrit word had descended. The first people affected were the 5 great Xia guards that were rooted on the spot. Grisly fresh blood was already streaming down their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose due to the blow from the 3 consecutive Sanskrit sounds. They were bleeding from all orifices. It seemed like the 5 of them did not have any injuries on their bodies. However, their brains were already smashed from the vibrations. All 5 of them fell stiffly with dim gazes. The middle-aged monk had not laid his hands on them up till the very end. They were shocked to death by the 3 Sanskrit sounds. As for the remaining sword cultivator, his face was pale as a sheet and his eyes were filled with fear. His golden core phenomenon was already trembling against the impact of the 3 Sanskrit sounds and could disperse at any moment. He had cultivated for more than 200 years, been through endless battles and could also be considered as a genius of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect. However, he had never seen anyone fight in such a manner. There was no spirit energy in the other person's body. Yet, his power of phenomenon was shaken just by the other person's voice. In other words, if not for the protection of his golden core phenomenon, he would have been seriously injured against the impact of the 3 Sanskrit sounds even if he wasn't dead. The next moment, the middle-aged monk closed in and opened his mouth once again. Pa! The 4th Sanskrit sound. The instant the 4th Sanskrit sound descended, the middle-aged monk suddenly struck as well and punched the golden core phenomenon directly. Snap! all 7 swords were completely snapped. The remaining golden cores felt grimaced at the sight of that in shock. None of them had ever witnessed such power before. Golden core phenomenons were the strongest methods available for golden cores. Even top-tier spirit arts might not be able to go against them. But now, everyone was witnessing someone go against a golden core phenomenon head-on with his body alone. The scariest thing was that heavenly piercing sword sect's heavenly piercing 7 swords could not even withstand a single blow from the person's Sanskrit sounds and punch. Poof! The golden core phenomenon shattered and the last sword cultivator shuddered, coughing up a huge mouthful of blood. The middle-aged monk did not give him any chance at all and strode forward, tapping him on the throat gently with a finger. Snap! The person's throat snapped and he died on the spot. Si Junyu was completely scared out of his wits. He had truly not expected that 10 golden cores, including an expert who cultivated a golden core phenomenon, could not stop the middle-aged monk for a single second. The entire process sounded long upon narration, but in fact, it only took 3 breaths. Before Si Junyu could react, the middle-aged monk had already arrived before him. At that moment it was too late even if the 2 nascent souls, Gu Suchi and Tian Chen, wanted to step in and help. How dare you! Perfected Lord Tian Chen could not help but holler loudly when he saw that. Monk, if you dare to kill him, you will definitely die today. Gu Suchi said coldly. Chapter 599, What is he doing? Chapter 599, What is he doing? Instantly, Si Junyu was scared out of his wits. Ah! Si Junyu withdrew a cold, shimmering sword from his storage bag and his spirit energy surged wildly as he stabbed at the middle-aged monk's head. At the same time, Si Junyu crushed a protection talisman in his left hand. Whoosh! A golden burst of light glowed around Si Junyu and formed an impenetrable barrier. The middle-aged monk did not dodge or avoid the incoming sword and flicked his finger casually. His fingertip met the sword's blade. Clang! Si Junyu's sword was snapped by the middle-aged monk's finger in a single strike. With a ripped palm, Si Junyu could no longer hold on to his sword and let go. Thereafter, his vision blurred and the middle-aged monk was already gone from his sights. For everyone else, they saw the middle-aged monk take a step after snapping Si Junyu's blade to wrap behind the latter. The middle-aged monk's movements were way too fluid. It was like water, there was no delay between his movements ever since he first attacked. The middle-aged monk's entire body coiled around Si Junyu's golden barrier like an anaconda and exerted strength massively. Crack! 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 A series of cracks appeared on the golden barrier. After a brief pause, the golden barrier shattered entirely. The middle-aged monk reached out and grabbed Si Junyu's neck, exerting strength in his fingers. Si Junyu merely felt his body and limbs go limp, he could not move at all and could only let the middle-aged monk lift him up. Everyone, stop! The middle-aged monk turned around and said coldly. The 2 great Xia guards and 3 heavenly piercing sword sect sword cultivators that were chasing after him stopped hurriedly with a deep look of fear in their eyes. This middle-aged monk was way too brutal. Ever since he started attacking, any golden core who stood in his path died, nobody was spared. Rather than a benevolent monk, he was more like a demon with a murderous nature. In the blink of an eye, Si Junyu wound up in the hands of the middle-aged monk and Gu Suchi and Perfected Lord Tian Chen could not help but stop their attacks on Perfected Lord Mingzhe. With a relieved expression, Perfected Lord Mingzhe fell from midair in exhaustion. Fortunately, Ji Yaoxue rushed forward and supported him. Instantly, the situation became special. On the side of the Great Xia dynasty, there were 5 golden cores and 2 nascent souls with frightening strength remaining. On the side of the Great Zhou dynasty, Ji Yaoxue's spirit energy was already drained after releasing Emperor defensive Qi and did not have much combat strength left. As for perfected Lord Mingzai, he was filled with injuries all over and could not fight any longer. On the surface, it seemed like the great Zhou dynasty was completely disadvantaged. However, the issue now was that Si Junyu had fallen in the hands of the middle-aged monk. Suddenly, perfected Lord Mingzai and everyone else understood the middle-aged monk's intentions. In a head-on confrontation, he was definitely not a match for the two nascent soul sword cultivators. The only way to break out of the situation and survive was to use all his might to capture Si Junyu alive, thereby gaining the upper hand. What an impressive monk! Perfected Lord Mingzai thought to himself. The fact that this middle-aged monk was able to discover the method of breaking out of the situation within such a short period of time was proof of his understanding of the circumstances and the sharpness of his mind. In reality, even at that moment, perfected Lord Mingzai had yet to realize the middle-aged monk's true intentions. By the time he realized, what he felt was not just shock, it was fear. It was an act that required an extreme amount of guts. Ji Yaoshua supported perfected Lord Mingzai and gazed at the middle-aged monk not far away with a slightly raised brow. For some reason, she felt that there was something odd about this. If that middle-aged monk was only at Golden Core Realm and they did not know one another, why would he want to undertake such a huge risk just to save her? Saving her was one thing, but the way he murdered them so decisively seemed like he was doing it out of rage. She was the target of Si Junyu and the others. If so, where did the rage of the middle-aged monk stem from? Could there be a deep feud between this man and the great Xia dynasty and he merely attacked after bumping into them by coincidence? Ji Yaoshua could not figure it out. Gu Suchi and perfected Lord Tian Chen glared at the middle-aged monk coldly from midair, as though they wanted to make out something from the middle-aged monk's face. He was expressionless without any fear in his eyes. Gu Suchi narrowed his eyes and said coolly, "The Buddhist sects believe that the Bodhisattva is compassionate for living beings. Monk, you are way too murderous for someone of the Buddhist sects. The Buddhist sects also believe that the Vajra's rage is required to subdue evil." The middle-aged monk's gaze blazed and he was truly like a descended Vajra that was unavoidable. Humph! Perfected Lord Tian Chen scoffed with a chilling killing intent. "Monk, if you dare lay harm on him, I'll tear you into pieces and burn your bones into ashes." The middle-aged monk was unmoved by the nascent soul's threat and even exerted more strength in his fingers. Si Junyu's expression turned purplish but he could not say a single word at all. Suddenly, Gu Suchi's gaze flashed and he asked, "Nothing will come out of this stalemate anyways. How about we strike a deal?" "Oh?" The middle-aged monk raised his brow slightly. Gu Suchi said darkly, "If you let him off, we'll leave right away." The middle-aged monk pondered for a moment before asking, "How do I know you won't renege on your words?" Perfected Lord Tian Chen and Gu Suchi exchanged glances and their eyes flashed with a sly intent as they gained a tacit understanding. "Both of us are nascent souls and we value our reputation. There's no way we will go back on anything we say." When he heard that, perfected Lord Mingzai's heart skipped a beat. In the cruel cultivation world, nobody's promise could be taken at face value unless they were from completely trusted people. Furthermore, even if the two of them reneged on their words and killed them, word of this would never spread and there would naturally be no impact on their reputations as well. Initially, perfected Lord Mingzai thought that the middle-aged monk would be able to see through the dangers given his intellect. However, he did not expect the middle-aged monk to be moved. "For real?" The middle-aged monk raised his brow slightly before asking the two nascent souls once more. "Our word is gold." Gu Suchi repressed the joy in his heart and replied with conviction without letting anything slip. In his opinion, even though this middle-aged monk may be strong and sharp, he might have way too little experience in the cultivation world after chanting sutras in seclusion for the most part of his life. As long as they saved Si Junyu, this middle-aged monk would definitely be dead. "Don't." Perfected Lord Mingzai was flustered. Right as he was about to speak, the middle-aged monk nodded. "Alright, I'll trust you guys." With that said, he lifted Si Junyu and walked towards the two nascent souls. Instantly, perfected Lord Ming-Zhe was devastated. He had already noticed that Gu Suchi and perfected Lord Tian Chen could barely contain their delight and killing intents in the depths of their eyes. Their gazes were burning, as though their bloodied mouths were already wide open, waiting for this gullible and ignorant monk to deliver himself to them. Suddenly, a thought struck Ji Yaoxue and she whispered, "If he wants to release the hostage, why does he have to walk towards the two nascent souls?" Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe was stunned. That's right. He could just release the hostage instantly, why walk over towards the two nascent souls? What is he trying to do? Perfected Lord Ming-Zhe's eyes flashed with confusion. Could it be? Chapter 600, Killing Nascent Souls. Chapter 600, Killing Nascent Souls. The middle-aged monk lifted Si Junyu and advanced closer towards Gu Suchi and perfected Lord Tian Chen. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 10 feet away. Compared to the joyful gazes of Gu Suchi and perfected Lord Tian Chen, the middle-aged monk seemed calm and his eyes were deep and emotionless. When he arrived, the middle-aged monk tossed Si Junyu towards perfected Lord Tian Chen in a seemingly casual manner. Perfected Lord Tian Chen's eyes lit up as he reached out to receive. On the other side, Gu Suchi burst out in laughter. Huh! All of a sudden, Gu Suchi's laughter came to a stop. From the corner of his eyes, he spotted a figure dart over from behind Si Junyu to charge over. His eyes shone with a ferocious glint like an ancient demon that was about to devour humans. Pust! Gu Suchi gasped. That middle-aged monk actually harbored killing intents towards a nascent soul. How could he? How could a golden cord dare lay his hands on a nascent soul? Die! The middle-aged monk roared with a thunder-like voice and let off an asphyxiating killing intent. He reached out with his muscular palm that blanketed the skies and stirred the clouds. Gu Suchi merely felt his vision darken with a massive shadow above his head, as though dark clouds were covering him. You have a death wish. Gripping his sword in reverse, Gu Suchi slashed across fiercely. The two of them were way too close. Before the sword technique was fully released, Su Zimo had already gripped Gu Suchi first with his left hand. At this point, it did not matter any longer how amazing the sword technique was. At this distance, melee combat strength and the power of one's body was what mattered. Gu Suchi's expression changed starkly and there was finally a hint of panic in his eyes. His wrist was locked by the middle-aged monk and he could not break free at all. At that moment, he had finally realized how frightening the physique of the middle-aged monk was. The middle-aged monk's melee combat strength was enough to threaten his life. Gu Suchi was a nascent soul. In a normal exchange, he could utilize dermic power with his spirit consciousness and would not allow the middle-aged monk a chance to get close. Now that he was closed in by the middle-aged monk, it was akin to him being closed in by a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Any single misstep would cause him to die on the spot. Most cultivators were weak physically and could not compare to demons at all. That was the reason why cultivators would always make use of means such as spirit arts, dermic arts, and spirit weapons to keep their distance and not allow demon beasts to close it. They would be in danger once they were closed in by the demon beasts. Perfected Lord Tian Chen had just caught Si Junyu who was tossed over and could not help at all. At that moment, Gu Suchi could only rely on himself. The precision of the middle-aged monk's attacks was way too perfect. This was a situation that could not have happened if he was faster or slower by a single second. Snap! The middle-aged monk did not give Gu Suchi any time to react and snapped his wrist instantly. Ah! Gu Suchi howled in pain and was drenched in cold sweat. Swoosh! At the same time, the middle-aged monk's heavenly encompassing palm descended with an intimidating aura. Gu Suchi's wrist was snapped and he was momentarily stunned. By the time he returned to his senses, the middle-aged monk's palm was already descending from above his head. In his hurry, he could only raise his arms to block. Crack! 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 That short collision caused Gu Suchi's arm to be snapped instantly against the pressure of the middle-aged monk's palm. The palm continued descending and landed fiercely on top of Gu Suchi's head. Bang! Brain juice was splattered. Gu Suchi's eyes widened and his face was torn apart like a spiderweb. His head was ruptured by a single slap from the middle-aged monk. This essence spirit dispersed and he could not have been more dead. A nascent soul was dead. Even Gu Suchi, who was right smack in the battle, could not react to it, let alone everyone else who was watching in shock. Be it Ji Yaoxue or Si Junyu's faction, neither side expected such a change in the battlefield where a nascent soul was dead in less than a second. The most frightening thing was that the massacre was not over. Demon monk, how dare you! Perfected Lord Tianchen had just placed Si Junyu down when he caught sight of that. Instantly, he was triggered and enraged. Why wouldn't I dare to? The middle-aged monk did not pause in his movements at all after killing Gu Suchi. With a single stride, he had already arrived before Perfected Lord Tianchen, yelling, "You're the one that's going to die." Perfected Lord Ming Zhe shuddered at that statement. In other words, what the middle-aged monk meant was that he had already planned on killing the two nascent souls right from the beginning. The reason why the monk held Si Junyu hostage was not because he needed a chip in negotiation. He had already planned for this moment when he captured Si Junyu alive. Right from the beginning, he had not intended to let the two nascent souls off at all. This man truly had tremendous guts. On the battlefield, Perfected Lord Tianchen twisted his sword and aimed it at the middle-aged monk's heart, thrusting fiercely as he barked, "You don't know your limits." The sword beam was cold and sharp, as if it could destroy everything. That was a dermic weapon of nascent souls. Although the middle-aged monk had a strong body and could repel a superior-grade spirit weapon with his finger, he could not defend against the edge of a dermic weapon. Against the sharpness of the sword cultivator, he could only retreat. However, if he retreated and increased the distance between him and the nascent soul, there was no way he would be able to kill the latter. A look of conviction flashed through the middle-aged monk's eyes as he said with Sanskrit. The voids trembled. Instantly, Perfected Lord Tianchen's sword paused for a brief moment. However, it was a moment so brief and undetectable that it seemed as though there was no impact at all. The middle-aged monk did not decrease his speed and merely slanted sideways while continuing to lunge towards Perfected Lord Tianchen. Although the sword that was initially aimed for the middle-aged monk's heart shifted slightly, it still pierced right into his chest. Flashes of blood appeared. The middle-aged monk was indifferent and allowed the sword to pass through him as he continued charging with a ferocious glint. Perfected Lord Ming Zhe and everyone else could clearly see a bloodied sword burst forth from the back of the middle-aged monk. That sword did not manage to puncture the middle-aged monk's heart. However, the sharpness of the sword was less than an inch away from the heart. As long as Perfected Lord Tianchen twisted his sword, he would be able to slice the middle-aged monk's heart with his blade's sharpness. Right then, the middle-aged monk arrived before Perfected Lord Tianchen with the sword piercing through him and swung his arm right away. Although that arm looked like it was flexible and limp on the surface, like the trunk of an ancient divine elephant, it let out a crisp sound in midair and slapped Perfected Lord Tianchen's head with a violent might. Crack! 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 Perfected Lord Tianchen's head spun a few circles around his neck before coming to a stop with bulged eyes. He had stopped breathing a long time ago. Victory was decided. Death was decided. Perfected Lord Tianchen's neck had snapped long ago against that power. His brains had already been shaken into sludge and his essence spirit was destroyed. Up till his death, he gripped his sword's handle tightly. However, he was still that bit slower and did not manage to cut the middle-aged monk's heart. That was melee combat. A single lag, even if it was only for a brief instant, would mean life and death. That was the moment where life and death was decided. Perfected Lord Ming Zhe could not imagine how the middle-aged monk who was right smack in the battle felt earlier on. He had already broken out in cold sweat just by watching from the sidelines. That was truly gambling with one's life. As long as perfected Lord Tianchen was a step faster, the one laying dead on the ground would have been the middle-aged monk. However, at that thought, that choice and decisiveness was probably the only thing that could have killed perfected Lord Tianchen. What a scary monk. Just who in the world is he? More than shock, what perfected Lord Ming Zhe felt when he looked at the middle-aged monk's back view was fear. Chapter 601, Meeting. Chapter 601, Meeting. The middle-aged monk was not an outsider, he was Su Zimo after changing his appearance. At that moment, he could not appear with his true self. If anyone knew that he was not dead and had even stepped in to save the Empress of Great Zhou, the Great Zhou dynasty would definitely be in peril. The old temple at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley would not be hidden for much longer either. Furthermore, in the depths of Su Zimo's heart, he did not dare to face Ji Yaoxue. That feeling had turned increasingly so after 5 years. It was an indescribable feeling that was conflicted. In the past 5 years, Su Zimo was isolated from the outside world in the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Away from secular affairs, there was no killing or fighting as he spent his days chanting sutras and paying respects to Buddha with a peaceful heart. However, he felt nervous the moment he heard Ji Yaoxue in danger. His peace for the past 5 years was broken instantly and he found himself surging with an uncontrollable killing intent. Therefore, right from the moment he appeared, he had no intention of letting anyone off alive and had a decisive killing intent. Even perfected Lord Ming Zhe felt fear because of him. The entire process of him killing 2 great nascent souls took less than 3 breaths. Although it seemed like it was momentary and simple, he was the only one who knew best about the dangers involved. He was truly fighting with his life. A single mistake would cause him to die on the spot. In terms of actual strength, Su Zimo was definitely not a match for the nascent souls. The only thing he had stronger than Gu Suqi and Tianchen was his body. Dai Yu once said that demonic cultivators have the easiest time killing opponents above their levels. As long as he could engage in melee combat, he had a shot at victory. The reason why he agreed to let Si Junyu off was so that he could numb Gu Suqi and Tianchen, lowering their guards. The reason why the 2 nascent souls were unguarded wasn't because they lacked experience. They truly hadn't expected that a golden core would attempt to kill nascent souls. That was equivalent to a mortal plotting to kill an immortal. Su Zimo gripped the sword's handle and pulled the blade out slowly from his chest. The sharp blade ground against his bones and flesh with a jarring noise. Su Zimo was expressionless. A stream of blood spewed out. As though he had no sense of pain, Su Zimo did not even bother to look as he flung his arm behind him. Poof! A sword cultivator of heavenly piercing sword sect was stabbed through the heart and died on the spot. The remaining 4 people finally broke out of their stupor and were scared out of their wits. They exclaimed and scurried into the distance without turning back. Clutching his chest with his left hand, Su Zimo had a cold gaze and stomped on his feet. The ground quaked and he bolted forward like an arrow. It was too fast. Bang! A great Xia guard had barely run a few steps before Su Zimo caught up to him. He was slapped to death with a single palm strike without any way of retaliating. The remaining 3 golden cores did not manage to escape far either before they were murdered by Su Zimo one after another. Si Junyu stood on the spot motionlessly. He could tell clearly that given his strength, he wouldn't be able to escape from the middle-aged monk's pursuit even if he wanted to. Before long, after the other 4 were killed, the middle-aged monk returned and walked straight towards Si Junyu. Si Junyu's face was pale as a sheet, but he pretended to be calm and said with cupped fists, "Great monk, I'm the prince of the great Xia dynasty. As long as you let me off, I'll be immensely grateful and I'm willing to agree to any terms of exchange. Once I ascend the throne, I can even help you with the power of my entire dynasty." Su Zimo walked before Si Junyu and reached out with an indifferent expression, grabbing the latter towards him by the throat. Si Junyu rolled his eyes as his feet left the ground and kicked furiously. He could not speak at all and could only let out odd sounds. Su Zimo leaned in and whispered into Si Junyu's ears, "The power of your entire dynasty means nothing to a fraction of her. Since you dared to lay your hands on her, I'm going to kill you." "Why you?" Si Junyu's face was turning purplish and he seemed like he wanted to ask something. Su Zimo continued, "I'll also let you die with a complete understanding of things today. I'm Su Zimo and your brother, Jun Hao, was killed by me." Si Junyu's eyes widened with disbelief. Su Zimo, that was a name that nobody had mentioned for 5 years. He was still alive. "You can join your brother in hell," Su Zimo said calmly before exerting strength in his fingers, breaking Si Junyu's throat with a snap. Si Junyu died on the spot. In less than 15 minutes, 2 nascent souls, 20 golden cores and a prince of Great Xia were all killed at this place. None of them were spared. Ji Yaoxue had a pensive expression with raised brows as she looked at Su Zimo with a somewhat strange gaze. Perfected Lord Ming Zhe took a deep breath of air before heading forward to greet Su Zimo with a deep bow. "I am Perfected Lord Ming Zhe of the Great Zhou dynasty. Many thanks for your help earlier on, great monk." As a nascent soul, it was truly rare for him to extend such politeness to a golden core. "No worries." Su Zimo waved it off and said indifferently, "This treacherous place is filled with dangers and the Dragon Burial Valley is an unlucky place. You guys should not come here anymore in the future." "Alright, thank you for the advice, great monk," Perfected Lord Ming Zhe nodded. Right then, Ji Yaoxue walked over as well, glaring at Su Zimo. "May I know your name and sect or faction, great monk?" It was a somewhat illogical question. Her attitude and tone was more like someone that was interrogating another person. Perfected Lord Ming Zhe glanced at Ji Yaoxue and frowned slightly. He could sense that there was something mysterious about the middle-aged monk's background and the way he conducted himself. Up till now, the latter had not mentioned why he helped them or why he killed everyone from the Great Xia dynasty. However, Ji Yaoxue was behaving even more strangely. Su Zimo lowered his head and pulled down the prayer beads on his left hand that only had 4 Buddha beads before saying calmly, "I'm Ming Xian and I don't belong to any sect or faction." Ming Xian. Ji Yaoxue murmured softly before looking deeply at Su Zimo. "Perfected Lord Ming Zhe and I are injured and we can't fight anymore. Since you said that this place is treacherous, can you escort us out?" It was an even ruder request. Perfected Lord Ming Zhe was about to speak when the middle-aged monk nodded after a moment of silence. "All right." Perfected Lord Ming Zhe was stunned. However, he saw Ji Yaoxue smile brightly. "Thank you, great monk." For the past 5 years, Perfected Lord Ming Zhe had been by Ji Yaoxue's side, ensuring her safety. Ever since the death of the strongest monster incarnate in history 5 years ago, he had not seen such a smile appear on Ji Yaoxue's face. It was dazzling, like the rainbow after a downpour. It was as though every single bit of sadness that this woman kept in her heart for the past 5 years had vanished at this moment. As Su Zimo looked at Ji Yaoxue's smile, a phrase appeared in his mind. "A smile that resembles a flower's blossom." However, there was no flower in this world that could compare to the smile of the woman before him. Avoiding his gaze, Su Zimo counted his prayer beads at an even faster speed. He lowered his head and took the front, saying softly, "Let's go." Perfected Lord Ming Zhe and confused and followed instinctively. Ji Yaoxue pursed her lips with a slight hint of dejection in her eyes. However, she smiled again soon after. No matter what, today was a day worth being happy about. Chapter 602, Great Monk, Do You Recognize Me? Chapter 602, Great Monk, Do You Recognize Me? 3 odd-looking people appeared in the Great Qian ruins. The leader was a middle-aged monk with prayer beads in his hands. He had a calm expression and without any cultivation, was no different from a mortal. Behind him was a man and woman, both who were severely injured. There was a high chance that these 3 would meet with an attack in the Great Qian ruins. It was way too common for people to kill others and steal their treasures in this place. However, along the way, many cultivators who caught sight of them stayed far away and did not dare to provoke them. That was because everyone could clearly see that there were initially countless otherworldly soldiers in the palace. However, all of the otherworldly soldiers gave way to these 3 people wherever they passed. The 3 of them walked through the palace without any otherworldly soldiers obstructing their way. Perfected Lord Ming Zhe was secretly impressed. He was definitely not the reason for the otherworldly soldiers' wariness. When he arrived, even though he was a nascent soul, those otherworldly soldiers charged at them fearlessly. To think that all of them would choose to stay away from the middle-aged monk. There seemed to be a fog shrouding the middle-aged monk such that nobody could make out his secrets. The strangest thing was this man's identity. He could not be considered as a cultivator since there was no spirit energy fluctuation from within his body. He could not be considered as a mortal as well since he could kill nascent souls. This man was well versed in a sound secret skill. Anyone that inherited a sound secret skill would be from a super sect or top faction. However, none of the 6 Buddhist monasteries were located in the north region. So, where did this man come from? Along the way, Perfected Lord Ming Zhe was filled with questions that he could not understand. Ji Yaoxue tagged along at the back, watching the back view of the middle-aged monk with a conflicted expression. There were countless times when she wanted to speak but chose not to eventually. Just like that, the 3 of them passed through the palace and the ruins in silence. After sending Ji Yaoxue and Perfected Lord Ming Zhe outside the ruins, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned around, saying softly with a lowered head, "Patrons, do take your leave as soon as possible. I'll be bidding farewell here." Ji Yaoxue bit her red lip gently in silence. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, great monk. I'll definitely remember today's gratitude to you," Perfected Lord Ming Zhe greeted with cupped fists. Su Zimo nodded and returned with a single-handed bow before turning to leave. Up till the end, he did not dare to meet with Ji Yaoxue's eyes. He did not dare to look at her directly. After hesitating for a long time, Ji Yaoxue chose to speak eventually. "Reverend, do you have anything you wish to say? This is a dangerous place. Please don't come here again from now on, patron." Su Zimo's back was facing Ji Yaoxue and he did not turn back as he continued forward while saying calmly, "When will I be able to meet you again, Reverend?" Ji Yaoxue asked once more. Su Zimo paused in his tracks and only replied after pondering for a long time, "We will naturally meet again if there's affinity." Perfected Lord Ming Zhe frowned tightly and looked back and forth at the middle-aged monk and Ji Yaoxue in confusion. Ji Yaoxue only let out a deep breath of air after the middle-aged monk's figure disappeared fully at the edge of the ruins. "Uncle Ming, let's go." Perfected Lord Ming Zhe could not help but ask, "Do you know him, Empress? Ming Xian?" Ji Yaoxue smiled and shook her head. "I don't." Perfected Lord Ming Zhe was even more puzzled. Because this was not part of the Great Zhou dynasty's territory and the both of them were injured, they did not dare to linger and left in the air riding on their flying swords. Su Zimo felt conflicted on his return. Eventually, he did not choose to acknowledge his relationship with Ji Yaoxue. He did not know what he should say. He did not know how to face Ji Yaoxue. He could not deny that she was extremely important to him. However, he was going to leave the North region and even Tianhuang mainland at the end of the day. As for Ji Yaoxue, she was the Empress of Great Zhou and carried the hopes of the dynasty's flourish. The both of them were on different paths. Right then, Su Zimo paused in his tracks and frowned. He was distracted in deep thoughts the entire time and had not noticed that someone was following him. Of course, it seemed like that the person did not harbor any evil intentions towards him. Otherwise, he would have been able to sense it with his spirit perception even if he was distracted. "Who are you? Come on out." Su Zimo glanced sideways and commented indifferently. "Great monk, do you recognize me?" A tender voice sounded, somewhat coquettish and spiteful. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, he recited the Sanskrit of the Daming mantra mentally to calm himself down. It was Demoness Ji. Her bewitchment powers had turned even more frightening after 5 years. If not for the fact that Su Zimo had chanted sutras and comprehended Buddhism for the past 5 years, he would have definitely exposed himself with just that single remark. It seemed like Demoness Ji had also benefited immensely from the human emperor's palace and had advanced her powers significantly. Su Zimo turned around and looked at Demoness Ji, who was not far away. After 5 years, Demoness Ji seemed to have gotten skinnier. However, there was no way to hide that peerless face that could bewitch the masses and that body that could charm the entire world. Her beautiful brows curved slightly in a pitiable manner. Her eyes shimmered like the surface of water. The young woman bit her alluring cherry lips in a grumbling manner. Su Zimo glanced at her expressionlessly before turning back and shaking his head. "I don't. Great monk, you may not recognize me, but I recognize you." A fragrance wafted over as Ji Yaoxue shifted toward Su Zimo with light steps. It seemed like she was about to cast herself into his embrace by the looks of it. Su Zimo was secretly troubled. The person he was most frightened of in this lifetime was this demoness before him. In a flash, Su Zimo dodged to the side. "Female patron, please respect yourself," Su Zimo clasped his palms together and said deeply. "Sure." Demoness Ji harumphed and grumbled coyly, "Great monk, now you're asking me to respect myself. Back in that stone coffin, you took quite a bit of advantage of me." Su Zimo's mouth twitched. In the past, the two of them were squeezed into a stone coffin and had to escape for their lives from the bottom of the river. The stone coffin was extremely cramped and it was unavoidable for them to have physical contact. By mentioning this, it was clear that Demoness Ji had recognized him. Demoness Ji pursued the topic relentlessly. "Great, now you're going to avoid taking responsibility for it after shaving your head and holding a set of prayer beads?" Initially, Su Zimo was still contemplating whether or not he should admit to it. After all, there was nothing she could do even if he refused to admit it. However, Demoness Ji's words turned increasingly nasty, as though there was truly something between them. Su Zimo could not take it anymore and coughed gently to interrupt. "Demoness Ji, what do you want?" "Humph." She raised her head and pouted her lips, asking, "Great monk, didn't you say that you don't know me?" After a moment of silence, Su Zimo said, "Thank you for the help rescuing the citizens of the Yen country along with Pure Maiden sect 5 years ago." When she heard that, Demoness Ji's eyes welled up with a layer of mist as she said, "Su Zimo, you're truly cruel. Why don't you show yourself when you're clearly alive? My golden core has already been crippled and I've offended the entire North region with everyone taking me as a demon. Nothing good will come out of anyone that associates themselves with me." Su Zimo shook his head and replied, "Furthermore, I'm being hunted. Although the North region is huge, there's nowhere that can accommodate me. Chapter 603 Junior Brother, You're Poisoned. Chapter 603 Junior Brother, You're Poisoned. When Demoness Ji saw the dejected look on Su Zimo's face, she was suddenly reminded of his situation and could not bear to blame him. His kin and friends were all in the North region. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have chosen to reside in seclusion. Furthermore, his golden core was crippled. His past was resplendent, extreme foundation establishment, second after the human emperor, suppressed the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects beneath the human emperor's palace, overwhelming everyone from the North region, incinerating nascent souls and lauded as the #1 monster incarnate in history. But now, he had fallen from grace and was left with nothing. In fact, he did not even have a place that could accommodate him. Who could endure and accept such a blow? Initially, Demoness Ji was filled with grievance. However, after hearing Su Zimo's statement, she felt her heart wrench. She said softly, "Zimo, you can come over to Pure Maiden sect. We will protect you." Protect a demon? Su Zimo laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Demoness Ji opened her mouth and seemed like she wanted to reply, but eventually, nothing came forth. While she could ignore everything, she could not guarantee that it would be the same for her sect. Although Pure Maiden sect was a fiend sect, they were humans. Humans had a long-standing feud with demons, and there was no way for one party to accommodate the other unless there was a blood oath signed. Demoness Ji said, "Zimo, you can explain that you are not a demon. The human emperor's palace will definitely not let any demons within." Su Zimo laughed coldly, shaking his head. Given his personality and pride, there was no way he would explain something like that personally. In other words, even if he was willing to explain, who would believe him? The most basic reasoning was that no demon would be able to enter the human emperor's palace. Who wouldn't be able to understand that? However, some people merely chose to ignore the fact. The truth was no longer of importance. What was important was that the entire North region wanted Su Zimo dead. It did not matter even if he explained, they could term him as a demon or fiend as long as they wanted to. What plans do you have from now on? Are you going to just hide forever? Demoness Ji asked. I'm waiting for an opportunity. Su Zimo replied gradually, when I reappear, it will also be the time for me to leave the North region. Leave the North region? Demoness Ji frowned slightly. The North region was way too huge with dangers lurking everywhere. Even if Su Zimo was in perfect condition, it was unrealistic for him to get through the North region unharmed, let alone now that his golden core was crippled. Demoness Ji's heart skipped a beat as she blurted at the thought of a possibility, the ancient battlefield. That's right. Su Zimo nodded. The intermediate ancient battlefield would open up 15 years later. As long as he could enter the intermediate ancient battlefield, just like Xiaoning, Leng Ro, and the others, he would be able to head to the other regions or even the middle continent of Tianhuang mainland through the teleportation points. This time round, Su Zimo intended to take his elder brother, Su Hong, with him. Previously, Ji Yaoxue mentioned that Su Hong's health was turning worse. The blow to Su Hong after receiving news of Su Zimo's death and the plight of the citizens of the Yan country was unimaginable. Furthermore, he was already injured after the failed assassination attempt on the king of Yan, Zhao Qian. As such, Su Zimo did not know how long more his brother could hold out for. After all, Su Hong was not a cultivator and had a limited lifespan. In another 15 years, Su Hong would be in his 60s and would only have around 40 years worth of lifespan at the most. Su Zimo wanted to bring Su Hong along with him to look for Xiaoning in the middle continent. Su Hong's final moments must be spent with the two of them. Furthermore, ever since Xiaoning left Pingyang town and joined Ji Yaoxue in Azure Frost sect, she had not met with Su Hong again. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. The reason why Xiaoning started her path of cultivation and focused wholeheartedly on elixir refinement, even joining Elixir Yang sect, was because she wanted to extend Su Hong's lifespan. It would be best if Xiaoning had a way of extending Su Hong's lifespan by the time they met. Have you really made up your mind to leave? Demoness Ji could not conceal her disappointment and murmured softly with a dim gaze, "What about me, I mean my sister?" Su Zimo was silent. "She knows you so well. If even I can recognize you, she must have recognized you long ago." Demoness Ji sighed gently. "It's just that she understands you and knows that you've got your difficulties. That's the reason why she did not force or expose you. It's good that she recognized me. At least she knows that I'm alive and doesn't have to worry," Su Zimo replied. After a moment of silence, he continued, "After you return, pay more attention to those around her. Now that she's the Empress, her movements should be kept secret. I suspect that the ambush she met here meant that there's someone that doesn't want her to return alive. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help my sister." Silence ensued between the both of them. Demoness Ji did not say anything and merely looked at Su Zimo quietly. A long time later, he said softly, "Go on back. Take care then." Demoness Ji was dejected and her eyes were swollen and red. A moment later, she sniffed and forced a smile before faking a smile. "Let's have a final hug as a farewell." Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before nodding. Heading forward, he hugged Demoness Ji in a gentlemanly manner. A crafty look flashed through Demoness Ji's eyes as she tilted her head and pecked Su Zimo on the cheek with her red lips gently. He was stunned. Her hair brushed by his face and he was overwhelmed by a fragrance. She had already turned and fled. He. She laughed and her eyes turned into a pair of crescent moons. She was elated without any bit of dejection at all. Damned Demoness. Su Zimo grit his teeth. "You're so stupid." Demoness Ji made a funny face at Su Zimo with disdain in her eyes, pouting her lips. "If you want to leave, go ahead. I can't care less. You took advantage of me in that stone coffin, there's no way I'm going to let you off." "Humph. I merely just collected a little bit of interest." Demoness Ji waved her fist. Su Zimo did not say anything and turned to leave. With his back facing Demoness Ji, he did not see the sadness and reluctance in the depths of her eyes. Even after he vanished at the edge of the ruins, a girl in pink stood alone gazing in his direction for the longest time. Su Zimo returned to the old temple and pushed the doors through. The little monk, Mingzhen, was reciting sutras in the courtyard. When he saw Su Zimo, he exclaimed softly with surprise. "Junior brother, you're injured?" Mingzhen asked. "I'm fine." In this short period of time, the wound on his chest that was pierced by the sword had already recovered. With a grim expression, Mingzhen advanced and glared at Su Zimo's cheek, even sniffing it. "This is bad. You've got 2 red marks on your cheeks that have a fragrance. Junior brother, you're poisoned." That was the imprint of Demoness Ji's lips that Su Zimo forgot to wipe. At the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Mingzhen had not even seen a woman before, let alone know what it was. Su Zimo's expression darkened as he pushed Mingzhen's bald head away, saying in a huff, "Bullshit." He wiped away the imprint on his cheek as he dashed into the Sutra chamber. Mingzhen looked at his master who had just appeared from the doors in confusion and asked with an earnest expression, "Master, why is junior brother angry?" The old monk replied, "He might be poisoned." "See, I was right. He didn't believe me." Mingzhen pouted his lips. Chapter 604, Teach You. Chapter 604, Teach You. Nighttime. Su Zimo tidied his attire and left the Sutra chamber for the backyard. On this day every month, he would head over to where the red-headed ghost was for a bowl of mysterious spirit water. The old temple looked extremely creepy under the shroud of the night skies. The red-headed ghost sat on the ground and leaned against a tombstone with a bowl of spirit water before him. He had been waiting for a long time. Su Zimo was already used to everything and drank the spirit water right away when he arrived before the red-headed ghost. Suddenly, the red-headed ghost said, "You've got a bow with you, right? Take it out and place it there." The red-headed ghost pointed to a tombstone not far away. Although Su Zimo did not understand why, he still obeyed and took out his moon concealment bow, placing it on the tombstone. The full moon had just risen and the cold moonlight spilled down, forming a column of light that focused on the moon concealment bow on the tombstone. The bow shone with an intense spirit light. Even without the infusion of spirit energy, the spirit patterns on the bow also had a bedazzling luster. The red-headed ghost said, "This is a quasi-connate spirit weapon and its sixth spirit pattern had already taken shape. As long as it continues to receive the essence of the moon here, it can definitely grow to become a connate spirit weapon." Su Zimo nodded. "You've also got a blood-red saber with you, right? Take it out also." Blood Quencher? Su Zimo froze for a moment. Blood Quencher was a perfect-grade spirit weapon he crafted personally and wasn't a quasi-connate spirit weapon. Could it be? Although he was confused, Su Zimo handed Blood Quencher over still. The red-headed ghost received Blood Quencher and touched across its blade gently before nodding. This saber was refined decently. When it was formed, it was synthesized with a frightening bloodline that gave it its bloodthirsty nature. Back when he refined Blood Quencher, Su Zimo nearly failed and only managed to forge it completely after using his bloodline to temper the flames. Although the red-headed ghost did not witness it personally, the fact that his guess was not far off the mark was proof that his insights were sharp. The red-headed ghost rose and arrived at an empty space nearby. Exerting strength in his arm, he stabbed Blood Quencher into the ground, leaving only its handle exposed. "Red-headed ghost, what are you doing?" Su Zimo asked curiously. "The people buried here were experts 10,000 years ago and the bloodline that runs underground is incomparably strong, indestructible and possesses a tremendous amount of might. There's a chance that this saber can grow into a connate spirit weapon if it's soaked here." Su Zimo's eyes lit up. With that, he would have two more connate spirit weapons with him, the moon concealment bow and Blood Quencher, apart from the coiling dragon seal and black gold arrows. Unfortunately, the mystic gold silk armor was smashed right after it was repaired. There are way too many experts buried in this cemetery. Dead patriarchs, the blood of emperors, this is an extremely unlucky place. There's nothing to lose if nothing happens to the saber. However, if it can absorb their blood and grow into a connate spirit weapon, it will definitely be incomparably ferocious. The red-headed ghost glared at Blood Quencher coolly and snickered. "Trouble will befall any weakling that lays their hands on this weapon. You should be careful too." In that period of time, the tremendous amount of energy in the spirit water had already spread through Su Zimo's body. He assumed a lotus position and began cultivating with the sutras of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness revolving through his mind. As he breathed, a thick demonic chi spewed out from his mouth. There was no tear on his blood-red inner core and it had recovered to how it was before. The inner core revolved slowly with a ferocious demonic chi, creating ancient demons around him one after another. Centered among them, Su Zimo's eyes were tightly shut and his body was faintly visible. With a frightening aura, he was akin to the king of demons that looked down at everyone from above. He had relied on that mysterious spirit water for the past 5 years to help his inner core recover. Not only that, his body had turned even more frightening. Even though it was just a bowl of spirit water, the amount of energy it contained was enough to last Su Zimo for an entire month. If he continued cultivating this way, he would definitely attain greater mastery of his inner core in the next 15 years and even have a chance of cultivating to the perfected realm. What's in that spirit water for it to possess such power? In the 5 years, Su Zimo had read many ancient manuals in the Sutra chamber, but he could not find anything that fit the description. This was a question that he had asked the red-headed ghost more than once during this period of time. However, each time, the red-headed ghost would look at him oddly with a beguiling smirk without elaborating further. Thereafter, Su Zimo no longer questioned. The night was dark and the round moon hung high above. As the red-headed ghost looked at Su Zimo, a deep hint of envy flashed through the depths of his eyes. This cultivation technique is truly terrifying. The red-headed ghost lamented internally. It was an undeniable fact that humans were born innately weak. However, that demonic cultivation technique could allow a mortal to cultivate his body to such a frightening degree. He could see every single muscle on Su Zimo's body twitch imperceptibly with every single breath he exhaled. His tendons quivered, his bones shook, his blood marrow gushed and his orifices shone with a divine light that was brighter than stars. With every single breath, he was refining his blood, flesh, tendons, bones, skin, organs and orifices. The red-headed ghost turned his gaze toward Su Zimo's exposed skin. As Su Zimo's cultivation deepened, the surface of his skin turned coarser. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the surface of his skin was intertwined with intersecting rhombus scars over and over again. However, the scars were so subtle that even Su Zimo did not notice them. When he saw those scars, the red-headed ghost was delighted and could barely conceal his joy. Before long, the night passed. The moment a sliver of daybreak broke out from the horizon, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and absorbed the demonic chi in his surroundings back into his body. Everything vanished completely in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo opened his eyes with a demonic glint flashing through. The red-headed ghost asked in a seemingly pleased manner, "You've once consumed something from the dragon race, right?" Su Zimo was shocked. The first thing that came to mind was that massive dragon egg. Su Zimo said darkly, "Yes, back in the human emperor's palace, I've consumed a blood-flesh elixir made from the dragon race in order to cultivate a technique left behind by the human emperor." Just an elixir? The red-headed ghost raised his brow. After thinking through and deciding that there was nothing to hide, Su Zimo continued, "Before that, I consumed half a dragon egg in a primordial ruin." A spark flickered through the red-headed ghost's eyes briefly. "Heh, you've got quite a bit of guts," the red-headed ghost said with a fake smile and teasing tone. Sensing something amiss, Su Zimo frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing much, I was just asking casually." The red-headed ghost waved it off with an indifferent expression. When Su Zimo could not make out anything from the red-headed ghost's expression, he patted himself and got ready to leave. Hold on, hold on." Right then, the red-headed ghost gestured for Su Zimo to sit down and said with a bright grin, "Today, I'm going to teach you something." Chapter 605, Legend of the Moon and Sunday. Chapter 605, Legend of the Moon and Sunday. Although the red-headed ghost was very knowledgeable, he had not taken the initiative to impart anything to Su Zimo during their 5 years of interaction. His sudden mention had Su Zimo intrigued. Right from the beginning, the red-headed ghost had not mentioned anything about his background. As such, Su Zimo was curious to see what the red-headed ghost could do. Su Zimo coughed gently. "Let me say first that I'm not going to learn any puny tricks that you ghosts use." At the mention of ghost, the red-headed ghost's mouth cramped up and he seemed like he was about to get angry. However, on second thought, he chuckled gloatingly. At that moment, the sun had just risen. A sliver of light spilled onto the cemetery and purged away the darkness and spookiness. The red-headed ghost squinted at the rising sun from the corner of his eyes and a mysterious white glow flashed in his right eye. As time passed by, that light intensified and sunlight gushed into it endlessly, turning his right eye completely white with a bright glow. It was as though the red-headed ghost's right eye had achieved harmony with the blazing sun and fused together with it. Su Zimo glanced casually and was blinded with 2 streams of tears rolling down his face instantly. Alarmed, he closed his eyes immediately and did not dare to look anymore. How scary! His eyes were extremely strong after he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and cleared both orifices. Back in the ancient battlefield, even when the paragon of Diamond Monastery released his sect's secret skill, Enraged Diamond Gaze, Su Zimo was not affected mentally. But now, his eyes were already dealt with such a blow from a side glance. If he had looked on directly, his eyes would have most likely gone blind. The most frightening thing was that even with his eyes closed, Su Zimo could still sense the power that was given off by the red-headed ghost's right eye. It was extremely tough and radiant. His right eye seemed to have turned into a blazing sun. Beside the red-headed ghost, Su Zimo felt like he could melt and dissipate at any moment. How could this be? A question popped into his mind. An intense scorching yang energy as such was the most effective at countering ghosts, and they would want nothing more than to avoid it. How could the red-headed ghost possess such a method? Could it be that he was not a ghost? Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his right eye. It was as though something was going to fall from his socket. He could not stop it even with his eyes closed. Ah! Su Zimo yelped in pain as his right eye swelled uncontrollably as though it was about to explode. His body shuddered and finally, he opened his eyes, unable to hold on any longer. His right eye had turned a sinister shade of white as well. It was completely white. It was as though something was floating within and was fused with his right eye. The glow in the red-headed ghost's right eye dissipated as he glared at Su Zimo's right eye intently while nodding. Indeed. The red-headed ghost curled his finger. A jade-white cobblestone that sparkled and glowed fell out from Su Zimo's right eye and hovered in midair. The swelling sensation vanished completely. As though a weight was lifted off his shoulders, Su Zimo fell to the ground and sat limply while panting heavily. This stone. Frowning, Su Zimo recalled something. Back in the cold cesspool of Tsang Lang mountain range, he encountered Tao Lord Extreme Fire with his dying breath. At that time, this stone was placed right beside Tao Lord Extreme Fire. According to Tao Lord Extreme Fire, this white stone was retrieved from a ruin, but it could not be stored in a storage bag and he did not know what purpose it served either. When Su Zimo picked it up, the stone vanished bizarrely. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his mind and almost fainted. Thereafter, a secret skill appeared in his mind, the Illumination Sword Formation. At that time, he had a hunch. It seemed like that stone had burrowed into his body. To think that it would fall out from his right eye now. The red-headed ghost held the white stone with his fingertips and rubbed it gently with a forlorn look, as though he had picked up a treasure. What's that? Su Zimo could not help but ask. Legend has it that in the depths of the universe's void currents, before life was born, everything was chaos. As time passed by, Yin and Yang were created from the chaos. At their extremities, the powers of extreme Yang and extreme Yin gathered endlessly, forming 2 terrifying existences known as the extreme Yang illumination and extreme Yin nether glow. The red-headed ghost's voice sounded, as though he had passed through time and was describing obscure secrets. The powers of the illumination and nether glow were so frightening that they shrouded the universe and extended through the trichiliocosm. The sun and moon of Tianhuang mainland are created from a trickle of power from the illumination and nether glow. A trickle of power? Su Zimo was shocked. Be it the sun or the moon, the power they contained was something that Su Zimo would never be able to reach given his current cultivation realm. The only way he could cultivate with the essence of the sun and moon was after he cultivated an essence spirit and turned into a fiend demon. The power of the sun and moon was extremely massive and endless. But now, the red-headed ghost was actually saying that the sun and moon above them was merely created by a trickle of power from 2 frightening entities. The red-headed ghost laughed. The universe void currents are so great that you can't possibly imagine them. There are a trillion other entities like Tianhuang mainland. In other words, there's also a trillion more of the sun and moon that you're seeing right now. Su Zimo was dumbfounded. Everything that the red-headed ghost said had completely unearthed all his knowledge. After pondering, the red-headed ghost continued, of course, those are only mystical legends that no one can verify. Or rather, those that can verify them are not in Tianhuang mainland and have already ascended to the upper world. After pausing for a moment, the red-headed ghost looked at Su Zimo deeply. That red-robed woman definitely knows about these things. Su Zimo remained silent. After looking at Su Zimo for a long time, the red-headed ghost closed in. His eyes blazed with the flames of gossip as he asked curiously, "Little monk, what's your relationship with the woman? Why did she help you so much?" After holding it in for 5 years, the red-headed ghost finally popped the question. Su Zimo was stunned. Master and disciple? On the surface, the both of them were like master and disciple. However, Su Zimo had never been taken in as her disciple officially. In the depths of his heart, he did not want to acknowledge them as master and disciple either. Friends? They couldn't be considered as that. Benefactor? Sort of. That question stumped Su Zimo for a moment. Hurry and tell me. You're killing me. The red-headed ghost scratched his ears and cheeks impatiently. After pondering for a long time, Su Zimo said slowly, "She will be my Tao companion." The red-headed ghost shuddered with an agape mouth and his eyes widened massively. Swoosh! The jade-white stone in his hands dropped on the ground at the same time as his jaws. A moment later, he gulped and the way he looked at Su Zimo gradually changed as he praised, "Little monk, you've really got guts." Chapter 606, Illumination Eye. Chapter 606, Illumination Eye. Su Zimo pointed at the jade-white stone on the ground and asked, "What does that stone has to do with the illumination and nether glow that you mentioned?" After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said again, "I once obtained a secret skill from that stone, the illumination sword formation." There's no mistake. The red-headed ghost nodded. This should be the legendary illumination stone. Illumination stone? Su Zimo frowned. The red-headed ghost replied, "There's different sayings as to where the illumination stone came from and how it was formed. Some people theorize that it was formed from the extreme yang energy of a world while others think that it's a speck of dust from illumination. However, it's undeniable that the illumination stone is related to the illumination stone. The illumination sword formation that you comprehended should be a secret skill that someone comprehended using the illumination stone." Su Zimo went deep into thought. Indeed, when he released the illumination sword formation, it was like a blazing sun and the sword cheese resembled the rays of the sun as well. The red-headed ghost continued, "The secret skill that I'm about to impart you is related to the illumination stone as well. In the past, the person who created this secret skill also comprehended it through the illumination stone, this visual technique." Visual technique. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Visual techniques were also secret techniques used to cultivate one's eyes. It did not matter if they were immortals, Buddhas or fiends, nor did it matter if they were humans or demons. Dermic formulations to cultivate one's eyes were the rarest types of legacies. That was because for every race, their eyes were the weakest parts of their bodies. For tempering of flesh and blood or refinement of tendons and bones, if any issues cropped up during cultivation, be it whether they were severely injured or their bones and tendons were snapped, everything could be recuperated to a complete recovery as long as it was adjusted in time. However, a mistake in the cultivation of one's eyes would lead to a huge problem, blindness. The eyes were simply way too fragile. For mortals, a single breeze was enough to cause them to close their eyes instinctively. Their eyes would feel discomfort even with a grain of sand inside, let alone endure cultivation. The reason why visual techniques were so rare and precious were because few people would dare to risk their eyes to try and create a secret skill. If any mishaps happened, they would go blind before their secret skills were even created. Although the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was powerful, there was no legacy of a dermic formulation for eye cultivation. The visual techniques spread in the cultivation world had varying strengths and their directions were different as well. The more famous ones were those such as the bewitching eye, enraged diamond gaze and flaming golden eyes. Cultivators versed in visual techniques were definitely stronger than anyone else of the same cultivation realm in terms of combat strength. That was because visual techniques were instantaneous and were the most difficult to defend against. Although it was a good thing to be able to cultivate a visual technique, there was no joy in Su Zimo's eyes. Red-headed ghost, my golden core is already crippled and I can't store any spirit energy in my body. How do I cultivate a visual technique? Su Zimo asked with a frown. The red-headed ghost waved it off casually. It's fine, you don't need spirit energy to cultivate this visual technique. There was no need for spirit energy? Su Zimo froze for a moment. At Nascent Soul Realm, cultivators cultivated their essence spirits and could make use of dermic powers to cultivate. However, before that, they had to make use of spirit energy for any spirit art and secret skill. That was where their foundation was. How could there be a secret skill that did not require spirit energy to cultivate? Unless, it wasn't a secret skill for humans. For his demonic cultivation, Su Zimo did not require spirit energy as a foundation. Frowning, he asked, what is required to cultivate if not spirit energy? No matter the type of cultivation, energy would not appear out of thin air. Demonic cultivation required the consumption of flesh. Immortality cultivation required the absorption of spirit chi into one's body. The visual technique would definitely have to make use of something to refine both eyes. The red-headed ghost stared at the rising, heating sun not far away and said coolly, using that. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and a look of shock spread across his face. Cultivate his eyes by using the blazing sun? Ordinary cultivators are not able to stare at the blazing sun for prolonged periods of time. Although Su Zimo could glare at the sun after clearing his 7 orifices, it would still be akin to setting himself on fire if he wanted to make use of the energy of the blazing sun to cultivate his eyes. Initially, I did not intend on imparting this visual technique to you because the cultivation process is indeed extremely dangerous. A single mistake would cause one of your eyes to go blind. The red-headed ghost picked up the illumination stone and handed it back to Su Zimo. However, I discovered this within you. You have the illumination stone with you. As such, the success rate of cultivating this visual technique will be extremely high and your efforts will be halved. When he heard that, Su Zimo gradually came to a realization. The visual technique was comprehended by an expert of the past using the illumination stone. Now that the illumination stone was in his possession, it would be much easier to cultivate the visual technique with a significant decrease in risk. Su Zimo received the illumination stone. Similar to before, the white cobblestone vanished in his hands once more. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his mind and his right eye turned milky white and sinister. A moment later, it returned to normal. The blazing sun above us was formed from a trickle of energy from illumination. By making use of the blazing sun, you can nurture extreme yang energy in your eyes. The red-headed ghost said darkly, once released, that energy will be able to incinerate all living beings and destroy everything. In truth, Su Zimo could already imagine the might of the visual technique without the red-headed ghost's elaboration. Normally, demons would have to advance to the nascent soul realm and cultivate their essence spirits before they could absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation purposes. But now, he had only just formed his inner core. In other words, it meant that his inner core realm would already be tapping into a higher level of energy. When cultivated to its peak, this visual technique is, hee. The red-headed ghost chuckled oddly. One of your eyes will turn into a sun. Pust. Su Zimo gasped. There was a blazing sun hidden in his socket. The moment his eye was opened, a blazing sun would appear. Once released, that might be a power that even emperors wouldn't be able to withstand. Immediately after, Su Zimo remembered the doubt he had initially. Since it did not require spirit chi and made use of the sun to cultivate, rather than a human cultivation technique, it seemed more like a dermic formulation of the fiend demons. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, "Red-headed ghost, this visual technique is not a secret skill of humans, right? What do you care for? Are you going to cultivate it even if it's a secret skill of the demons?" The red-headed ghost rolled his eyes and scoffed coldly. "Humph, you're about to cultivate into a true fiend demon yourself anyway, so what are you bothered about?" Su Zimo replied indifferently, "Although I conduct demonic cultivation, I'm not a demon." Hee. The red-headed ghost sneered, "Your human golden core is already crippled and you've only got a demon's inner core left in your body. Who would believe you if you said that you were a human?" Su Zimo remained silent. A moment later, he asked in a seemingly casual manner, "What's the name of this visual technique?" Raising his brow, the red-headed ghost looked at Su Zimo in deep thought. As though he read the latter's intentions, he chuckled. "Let's call it Illumination Eye." Wily fox. Su Zimo cursed internally. He had already sensed vaguely that the red-headed ghost had a strange identity. In reality, he was also trying to deduce something by asking about the name of the visual technique. To think that the red-headed ghost did not let anything slip. Illumination Eye was clearly a name he had just made up. Chapter 607, Old Friend's Descendant. Chapter 607, Old Friend's Descendant. After the red-headed ghost imparted the Sutra of the visual technique secret skill to Su Zimo, he instructed, "Although you have the illumination stone, you have to be careful when you cultivate. The best timings to cultivate are at dawn and dusk. If you cultivate in the afternoon where the power of the sun is at its peak, your eyes won't be able to take it and it will hinder your progress." Su Zimo remembered everything to heart. This was something that he had to be careful about or it would be too late for regrets if he went blind. A while later, after Su Zimo ensured that he left nothing out, he got up and headed to the front yard. The little fox stood nearby with a dazed gaze and snoozing. "Go on." Su Zimo fondled the little fox's forehead and smiled. The little fox was a demon and on this day of each month, she would come to the backyard for a bowl of spirit water from the red-headed ghost as well. Initially, she was extremely reluctant and was always scared out of her wits, shivering all over. Su Zimo had to carry her over personally before she gradually adapted. After 5 years, there was something that felt strange to Su Zimo. Even though the little fox had already formed her core, she was unable to take on a human form or speak. Su Zimo merely thought that it was a unique trait of the fox race and did not think too much about it. When she saw Su Zimo return to the front yard, the little fox ran over to the red-headed ghost and propped up her tiny paws. She kowtowed earnestly to the red-headed ghost and actually spoke in human tongue, "Greetings, Senior." The little fox's voice was extremely gentle and charming. Any male living being that heard it would definitely be filled with wild thoughts and their hearts would pound. However, the red-headed ghost was very calm and nodded. "Why don't you want to take on your human form?" the red-headed ghost asked with a fake smile. The little fox lowered her head and blushed. When the red-headed ghost saw that, he could not help but burst into laughter and teased, "You're afraid that you're going to turn lustful, huh?" The little fox turned even more embarrassed and shook her head repeatedly like a tiny drum. After laughing for a little, the red-headed ghost retracted his smile. "You're thinking that the only way to stay by his side is if you continue taking on this form?" The little fox lowered her head without replying. It was a silent acknowledgement. Of course, that was only part of the reason. The other part was that the little fox was clear that if she took on her human form, she would most likely not be as intimate with Su Zimo. Humans were particular about chastity and there would always be a barrier between them. Right now, she could burrow into his embrace and do whatever she wanted, be it snooze or be bashful with him. The red-headed ghost pouted his lips and grumbled, even after that lad joined the Buddhist sect and shaved to become a monk, he's still enjoying such a flourishing love life. I didn't even get to enjoy such treatment in the past. After returning to the courtyard, Su Zimo sat down and gazed at the gradually rising sun far away. At that moment, the sun had just risen and wasn't too blinding, he had to make use of this time to cultivate. He took a deep breath of air and recited the Sutra of Illumination Eye in his mind while gazing at the sun with his right eye. As time passed by, it seemed like a trickle of light was entering his right eye. His right eye gradually turned while the white pupil looked sinister and emitted a faint glow as it absorbed the sunlight continuously to refine. The temperature of his right eye was steadily climbing. Although it was a little painful, it was still endurable. Su Zimo could clearly feel his right eye fusing into one with the illumination stone. As sunlight entered the illumination stone, the extremely tough energy softened significantly. The damage to his right eye was also reduced to a minimum. From this day forth, apart from his mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness cultivation at night, Su Zimo would also cultivate this visual technique every dawn and dusk. There was still no activity in his dantian. However, Su Zimo did not give up and spent most of his daytime in the Sutra chamber, browsing through the ancient books left behind by the two great ancient Buddhist monasteries. There were way too many ancient and precious books in the Sutra chamber. How frightening was the foundation of two super sects. There were not only secret skills, but also weapon, elixir, talisman and formation techniques as well as many other things that were long lost. For example, in an ancient formation secret technique, there was something known as the Spirit Lock Ancient Formation. It was said that when set up, even the essence spirits of nascent souls would be restricted and they wouldn't be able to use their dermic powers. There were many other secret skills similar to it. However, Su Zimo was unable to comprehend them because his cultivation realm was not high enough. Days passed by one after another. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Su Zimo had already spent 10 years at the bottom of Dragon Burial Valley. Evening. He sat on the ground and gazed at the direction of the sunset with the Mingwang prayer beads in his hands. An evening glow shrouded his body and his aura was dignified, like a magnificent Buddha. His right eye shone with a brilliance that could not be ignored. After 10 years, Su Zimo's dantian was still empty like a black hole without a trickle of spirit chi. However, there was no sign of disappointment on his eyes and face. After chanting sutras and paying respect to Buddha for 10 years, Su Zimo gained a tranquil aura. He was neither happy nor sad, unaffected by affection and humiliation and was almost in a Zen state. This was a sign of someone that was deep in the wisdom of Buddhism. The Siraka flower was akin to a wisdom root. Su Zimo's attainment in Buddhism deepened by the day. Backyard of the old temple. The old monk sat on a stone step and faced the red-headed ghost in the cemetery. Old monk, there's still no activity in that lad's dantian. I think that there's probability no more hope for him to restart with his immortality cultivation, the red-headed ghost said. How difficult is it for someone to rebuild their foundation after it's destroyed with their dantian crushed? Throughout history, there had been countless paragons and monster incarnates but none of them succeeded. The old monk sighed gently. However, the lad's comprehension of Buddhism is deepening. If he's able to restart his cultivation, he will be able to attain the true legacy of the Buddhist sections. What nonsense legacy! The red-headed ghost pouted his lips in disdain. Without spirit energy, he won't be able to release the methods of the Buddhist sects even if he knows them. What's the use? If it was up to me, I'd ask him to forget all about recovering his golden core and focus wholeheartedly on his demonic cultivation. Can't you see that even without his golden core, his actual strength now is only stronger than he was 10 years ago? The old monk shook his head. If he gives up on recovering his golden core and continues on his demonic cultivation, the moment he advances to nascent soul realm would be the moment he turns into a fiend demon completely. Isn't that good? The red-headed ghost mumbled. Right then, a spirit light descended outside the old temple. The old monk slanted his head and beckoned, causing a spirit crane to land on his palm. Frowning, he opened the spirit crane and took a look. With a conflicted expression, he sighed gently. The descendant of our old friend is here. I hate the aura on this spirit crane. The red-headed ghost squinted at the spirit crane and barked coldly, is it him? His descendant? The old monk nodded. The red-headed ghost bolted upright and the chains on his body rattled. Instantly, he turned murderous. The old monk looked at the red-headed ghost. Calm down. No matter what, Daming and Fahua monasteries are indebted to him. Furthermore, it's just a junior that has arrived. What are you getting worked up for? Upon hearing that, the red-headed ghost calmed down temporarily and sat down once more with a terrible expression. Chapter 608, Don't Go Overboard. Chapter 608, Don't Go Overboard. It was late at night. The red-headed ghost asked with a frown, what's his descendant here for? To borrow and browse through the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra, the old monk replied. Sneering, the red-headed ghost said, so, he's got his eyes on this number one secret skill of the golden core. It's no wonder why he made the long journey here. The old monk continued, it's just a sutra. If his descendant wants to take a look, he's free to go through all the sutras in the sutra chamber. Aren't you generous? The red-headed ghost pouted and grumbled. Right then, Su Zimo arrived in the backyard, ready to obtain a bowl of spirit water from the red-headed ghost. The old monk put away the spirit crane and turned to leave expressionlessly. The red-headed ghost placed the spirit water in front of him. Thereafter, he laid down with his back facing Su Zimo in silence and brooded. Su Zimo was confused and did not know what tantrum the red-headed ghost was throwing. He did not ask or think more about it. After 10 years, he had some understanding towards the red-headed ghost. There were things that the red-headed ghost would take the initiative to say even if he did not ask. There were also things that the red-headed ghost would not say anything about no matter how he pressed on. Su Zimo reared his head and drank the spirit water before taking a seat to cultivate. Not long after the old monk left the old temple, he returned. There were 2 more people around him. To be precise, one of them was human and the other was a demon. The cultivator at the front looked young and was at golden core realm. He wore purple robes with sharp brows and a defined set of features. With an indifferent expression, he gave off an aura that ruled over everything around him and suppressed all things. The purple-robed cultivator's eyes flickered and everything he passed by turned still, even the air. His mere presence was enough for someone to want to give up entirely. Behind the purple-robed cultivator was a burly man that was more than 2 meters tall and filled with hair from head to toe. His chest was bare, his bones were huge and his eyes gleamed with a scarlet glow. Anyone with a sharp eye would be able to tell that although the burly man had taken on human form, he was still a demon beast. The demonic chi shrouding the burly man was extremely thick and his eyes shimmered constantly. He was definitely not a kind soul. The old temple said, there's not much rules to this old temple. Other than the backyard where you must not step foot in, you are free to explore the other parts. You can retrieve any sutra that you wish to read as well. The purple-robed cultivator nodded and turned his gaze towards Mingzhen. At that moment, Mingzhen had just closed the sutra in his hands and was rising. Just as he was about to bow and greet the purple-robed cultivator, the cold voice of the latter sounded. "Hand over that sutra in your hands. Because I want to read." Ming-Zhen froze momentarily. It was rare that there was someone else in the old temple. Even if this person did not say it, Ming-Zhen would pass it to him automatically. But now, the tone of the purple-robed cultivator was truly detestable. It was more like an order. He stood on no courtesy at all. Ming-Zhen could clearly feel that to the purple-robed cultivator, he was just ordering a servant about. Instinctively, Ming-Zhen turned towards the old monk. The old monk sighed internally. After all, this was something between the younger generation. Although the purple-robed cultivator's attitude was unpleasant, it was not in his place to lecture the former. The old monk did not wish to interfere as long as both parties were not at one another's necks. The old monk returned to the majestic grand hall and closed his doors after leading the purple-robed cultivator into the old temple. "Monk, are you deaf? My master wants to read that sutra in your hands. What are you waiting for?" The hairy burly man behind the purple-robed cultivator hollered. Ming-Zhen frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he handed the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra in his hands over. The purple-robed cultivator received it with an indifferent expression without even glancing at Ming-Zhen. It was as though everything was only right. Ming-Zhen was not bothered by it and merely smiled before turning to pick up another sutra to read. Right then, the doors of the sutra chamber were pushed open with a loud creak. A furry little thing walked out with fiery red fur that made it look like a ball of flames. It was the little fox who had just woken up. She yawned repeatedly and raised her tiny paws to rub her sleepy eyes. With a charmingly naive look, she nearly stumbled over the step of the sutra chamber entrance. Ming-Zhen smiled. The purple-robed cultivator seemed oblivious to it as his attention was focused entirely on the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra in his hands. The more he read, the brighter his eyes lit up. When the hairy burly man behind him caught sight of the little fox, his eyes widened. The little fox shuddered and woke up. Grinning, the hairy burly man said, "Master, there's a fox chick here. I'm going to take her with me." "Yes." The purple-robed cultivator replied. "Ha ha ha." The hairy burly man's eyes lit up with a vile glint as he closed in on the little fox while smirking. "Little thing, where are you trying to hide?" He got even more excited when he looked at the little fox who was retreating continuously with a frightful expression. Swash! Suddenly, the hairy burly man felt his vision blur and another person appeared. Ming-Zhen's palms were clasped together as he said with a deep voice, "Patron, please stop." The hairy burly man was overwhelmed by lust when his path forward was obstructed. Instantly, his expression turned extremely nasty and his eyes were filled with anger. "This fox chick is your Tao companion?" "No," Ming-Zhen shook his head. "She's your spirit beast?" The hairy burly man asked again. "No," Ming-Zhen shook his head. The hairy burly man straightened himself like a rod and glared down at Ming-Zhen with a domineering aura, sneering, "Then why aren't you getting lost?" "No." This time round, Ming-Zhen did not step back and his tone was resolute and unquestionable. "Monk, how strong are you to want to stand in my way?" The hairy burly man extended his palm and his fingernails shone with a cold gleam as he reached for Ming-Zhen's head. If his attack landed, 5 bloody holes would appear on Ming-Zhen's head immediately. "Oam!" Without retreating or dodging, Ming-Zhen chanted Sanskrit. "Roar!" The moment Ming-Zhen recited his Sanskrit, the hairy burly man roared as well. In that instant, the entire world shook and the weather changed. That single roar disrupted Ming-Zhen's damning mantra right away. The hairy burly man was frighteningly strong. With nowhere to retreat against the hairy burly man's descending palm, spirit energy surged out from Ming-Zhen's fingernails and formed a lotus to receive the attack. Boom! The hairy burly man's palm collided against the lotus flower. There was a momentary pause. Instantly, the lotus flower shattered. Ming Zhen grunted dully and staggered 3 steps in retreat. Boom! Before he could react, the hairy burly man's fist descended once more like a gigantic hammer, pummeling so violent that the void exploded. A hesitant look flashed through Ming Zhen's eyes. Right now, the most effective method would be to release a golden core phenomenon. However, the release of a golden core phenomenon was also a message to fight to the death. At the end of the day, these 2 people were brought to the monastery by his master personally. Was he really going to fight them to the death with a golden core phenomenon? In that delay, the fist of the hairy burly man had already arrived before him. Ming Zhen could only channel his bloodline and prop up both arms to defend hastily as his golden core circulated with its full might. Bang! Sent flying by the hairy burly man's fist, Ming Zhen rolled a couple of times on the ground in a wretched manner. Hee. The hairy burly man charged forward with a ferocious glint in his eyes, barking coldly, "How dare you stand in my way with such puny strength? Don't go overboard." Suddenly, another voice sounded from the courtyard. It was calm and tranquil, as though it had a mysterious magic that could make anyone lay down their weapons. Chapter 609, I'll discipline it for you. Chapter 609, I'll discipline it for you. Even when the hairy burly man engaged in a conflict with Ming Zhen, the purple-robed cultivator did not raise his head once. He had a calm expression and stayed out of things completely. It was as though everything was not important for him. In the eyes of the purple-robed cultivator, there was only the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra in his hands. However, the instant the voice rang, he frowned. This was the first time he had expressed emotions ever since he entered the old temple. After a moment of delay, the purple-robed cultivator raised his head slowly towards the voice. Unknowingly, another monk had appeared in the courtyard. Dressed in grey monk robes, he had refined features and a calm expression. His eyes shone with a clear glow, as though he could peer through all the wisdom in the universe. The moment the purple-robed cultivator caught sight of the grey-robed monk, he frowned again. His pupils constricted sinisterly. The grey-robed monk looked at him as well. Both their gazes met in midair. The purple-robed cultivator's lips curled with a playful look in his eyes. With an unchanged expression, the grey-robed monk walked to Ming Zhen and helped the latter up, patting away the dust on his body gently. Ming Zhen wiped away fresh blood from the corner of his lips and whispered, "Be careful, junior brother. This demon beast is extremely strong." The grey-robed monk was Su Zimo, who had arrived from the backyard. The instant he stepped foot into the courtyard, he saw the purple-robed cultivator. Or rather, this purple-robed cultivator would have been the first person he saw even if there were 10,000 people around. Nobody could ignore him at all. Su Zimo sensed an extreme sense of danger from the purple-robed cultivator. The instant he caught sight of this man, he felt his hairs stand on end. The only reason why he did not reveal any openings was because he had cultivated Zen and Buddhism for 10 years and had a firm mental state. Although they had not fought, Su Zimo was certain that this was the strongest golden core he ever encountered. This man was much scarier compared to Shibuya, whom he met 10 years ago. In fact, Su Zimo had a feeling that he would have definitely been defeated if he met this person 10 years ago. He would not be a match for this man even if he used all his trump cards and turned into his demon form. The purple-robed cultivator merely glanced once indifferently at Su Zimo before lowering his head to continue browsing the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra. That single glance was a clear warning. The hairy burly man beside him shrugged. The voice of the grey-robed monk before him seemed to have a mysterious energy that could purge away the hate in his heart, allowing him to calm down subconsciously. Uncanny. The hairy burly man roared from the depths of his throat. "Monk, you want to interfere as well?" The hairy burly man glared at Su Zimo fiercely and twisted his muscular neck with crackling sounds. Su Zimo did not even look at him. His gaze was still locked on the purple-robed cultivator as he smiled and asked, patron, your pet spirit beast is hurting others and throwing a tantrum here. Aren't you going to discipline it? The purple-robed cultivator continued reading the sutra in his hands obliviously without even looking up. Ha ha ha. The hairy burly man roared in wild laughter. Stinky monk, you're trying to provoke my master? You really don't know what's good for you. When Su Zimo saw the purple-robed cultivator's nonchalance, he stopped smiling and said calmly, Patron, since you choose to remain silent, I'm sorry. Instantly, the old temple went silent. It was as though air had gone stale. I'll discipline it for you. By the time the first word, I'll, was said, Su Zimo had already vanished from the spot. At the second word, discipline, Su Zimo had already arrived in front of the hairy burly man and stomped furiously on the ground, causing the world to quake with a boom. Even Ming Zhen, who was not directly involved, felt his legs wobble and shuddered for a brief moment uncontrollably, let alone the hairy burly man who was facing it directly. It was even worse for the little fox whose fragile and weak body bounced from the ground instantly. The hairy burly man's expression changed. This was way too ferocious. Earlier on, he faced a calm, smiling monk. In the blink of an eye, it was like an ancient demon that was about to devour others. An overwhelming aura shrouded him. The hairy burly man felt his chest go stuffy and was unable to breathe. Although the monk looked shorter than him, he felt like he was trampled by the monk in terms of aura. At the third word, it. Su Zimo extended his massive palm and his flesh expanded, blanketing the skies as it descended. There was a terrifying aura as though all living beings were about to be suppressed by his palm. Although there was no spirit energy, that hand seal was the first form of the demon subduing seal. It was an innate counter to demon beasts. Ah! The hairy burly man roared in rage and the blood chi in his body rumbled. Baring his menacing fangs, he crossed his muscular arms and propped it upwards in defense. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The aura between the two of them was chaotic. The moment they made contact, the expression of the hairy burly man changed and he felt a terrible pain in his arms, as though they were about to snap. Although Su Zimo was only using one hand, the hairy burly man felt an apocalyptic power surging through like the crush of a tidal wave. It was unstoppable. 4. At that moment, Su Zimo had just said the fourth word. The hairy burly man's inner core circulated wildly and his demonic chi burst forth. All his tendons and bones rang and his fur and flesh expanded rapidly. His body was transforming swiftly as he revealed a menacing expression. Unable to withstand it, the hairy burly man's reaction was extremely fast and he revealed his true form immediately. Although demon beasts could take on human form after they formed a core, they could only release their true strength upon returning to their true form. The rise in combat strength would be at least 30%. It's a Tao Wu. Ming Zhen could not help but exclaim softly in surprise when he saw the hairy burly man's true form. The Tao Wu was one of the primordial ferocious beasts. There were many types of demon beasts and their strength was mostly determined by their bloodlines. Among them, pure-blooded ferocious beasts were the strongest. However, even among pure-blooded ferocious beasts, there were stronger and weaker ones. The Tao Wu was among the strongest and most terrifying of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts with immense strength. In the primordial era, they reigned domineeringly in Tianhuang mainland and were extremely violent. At this phase, the true form of a Tao Wu was at least 100 feet tall. But now, against Su Zimo's blanketing palm, the Tao Wu's body looked like it was suppressed by a gigantic mountain and could not grow more than 10 feet. Finally, the Tao Wu panicked. It realized that the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Even with his true form, he could not fight this monk before him head-on. You. Su Zimo's final word was spoken. Snap. Against the suppression of the terrifying strength, the Tao Wu's arms were crushed by Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo's palm descended upon the Tao Wu's head and pushed down fiercely. Boom! Su Zimo pushed against the Tao Wu's head and thrust it into the ground. Instantly, a big hole caved into the ground with fresh blood splattering everywhere. The Tao Wu's face was messed up with flesh and blood. I'll discipline it for you. Although the entire process seemed slow right from the moment Su Zimo moved till the Tao Wu's head was buried, in reality, all it took was a single sentence. By the time Su Zimo's final word was spoken, the Tao Wu was already unconscious. 10 years of dormancy. Su Zimo had focused wholeheartedly on Buddhism and his violent streak had diminished significantly while his mental state had turned much calmer. That was the reason why he did not strike directly even after witnessing the Tao Wu bully the little fox and injure Mingzhen. However, he was Su Zimo after all. Decisive to kill. Since he was going to attack, he was definitely not going to hesitate. He suppressed with a thunderous might that could not be resisted. He was an unparalleled saber with extreme edge. The moment he was unsheathed, a hole would be punctured through the firmaments. Chapter 610, Might of the Visual Technique. Chapter 610, Might of the Visual Technique. He's not dead yet? Su Zimo frowned when he sensed life from within the Tao Wu's body after thrusting the latter's head into the ground. This ferocious beast was truly frightening. Notwithstanding its tremendous strength, even its body was extremely tough. Despite the impact where even its face was contorted, it was still not dead. Su Zimo remained silent and exerted strength in his fingers with the intention of crushing the Tao Wu's head. All of a sudden, a sense of danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. Su Zimo turned around instinctively. Not far away, the purple-robed cultivator had already raised his head and was glaring at him intently. The purple-robed cultivator's expression was cold and there was an icy intent in his gaze. The purple-robed cultivator had not moved at all. With one hand behind his back, he held up the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra with his other hand and did not seem like he intended to attack. However, Su Zimo felt chills run down his spine. The purple-robed cultivator's pupils were constricting. Initially, the constriction of one's pupils was a natural instinct. No matter the race, when one was agitated, terrified or hostile, their pupils would constrict. However, a normal constriction would cause the round pupil to shrink until it became a hole the size of a needle. Yet, the purple-robed cultivator's pupils seemed like they were round moons being devoured. The entire process resembled an eclipse. Eventually, 2 crescent moons were sinisterly reflected in the purple-robed cultivator's eyes. When he saw those pupils, Mingzhen's expression changed starkly. 2 words flashed through Su Zimo's mind: Eclipse Eye. Eclipse Eye was one of the most notorious visual techniques of the cultivation world and had roots that traced back to the primordial era. Although this visual technique was extremely strong, its cultivation process was also extremely dangerous. Throughout history, only a rare few, less than 1 in 10,000 people, managed to cultivate it successfully. Most of the others cultivated themselves into blindness. Now, even if any cultivators came across the cultivation technique of Eclipse Eye by accident, they wouldn't dare to cultivate it either. To think that this purple-robed cultivator would have cultivated that visual technique. To begin with, there were few people who could cultivate visual techniques. There were even less that could cultivate Eclipse Eye. Not only must they be peerless paragons, they must even possess immense confidence in themselves. When he noticed the changes in the purple-robed cultivator's pupils, Su Zimo realized that this was definitely not a weakling in Tianhuang mainland. 2 cold beams of light streaked through the purple-robed cultivator's eyes. The next moment, his pupils returned to normal. However, those 2 beams of light arrived before Su Zimo swiftly and silently, like 2 extremely sharp crescent sabers. To Mingzhen and the little fox. It looked like the void between Su Zimo and the purple-robed cultivator was a silk cloth that was sliced by the two cold beams of light. The temperature of the entire courtyard dipped massively. "Watch out!" Ming Zhen only had enough time to exclaim. All of a sudden, a change happened. A bedazzling radiance burst forth in that eerie courtyard that was shrouded by the night skies. It was as though a blazing sun had descended here with a blinding shine. Illumination Eye. Su Zimo's right eye was white as jade without any impurities. The light that was released from his right eye illuminated the old temple like daylight. Suddenly, a burning column of light burst forth from Su Zimo's right eye and collided fiercely against the two cold incoming beams of light. Although the two vastly different energies collided, it was silent. The spirit energy between the both of them evaporated into thin air completely. In Ming Zhen and the little fox's eyes, it was as though the void between Su Zimo and the purple-robed cultivator had distorted and was collapsing. The might released by two top-tier visual techniques caused everyone's visions to be impacted severely. Thud. 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 Su Zimo staggered 3 steps in retreat and the light in his right eye dissipated. Eventually, he was at the losing end of this visual technique fight. Even so, he was not injured. When a cold wave penetrated his right eye, it was diffused by the illumination stone right away. Su Zimo was rather calm. However, the purple-robed cultivator was shocked. He did not know what visual technique this monk had cultivated such that it could go against his eclipse eye. He had cultivated eclipse eye for more than 100 years. Yet, how old was this grey-robed monk before him? He looked to be younger than 40. Even if this person had cultivated the visual technique when he was in his mother's womb, it would only be less than 50 years at most. However, with the 40-years-old visual technique, the other party merely stumbled back 3 steps after a head-on collision with his eclipse eye that he had cultivated for more than 100 years. There was something even more bizarre. He could not sense any spirit energy within the grey-robed monk's body. What was the background of that grey-robed monk? The gleam in the purple-robed cultivator's eyes intensified with a joy that resembled the way a predator watched its prey. In a flash, the purple-robed cultivator had already arrived before Su Zimo. It was too fast. His speed burst had already surpassed the limits of Su Zimo's visual capabilities. How strong! With no time to think, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and chanted Sanskrit. Om. The void trembled and the sound reverberated through the world. The purple-robed cultivator's figure paused for a moment as his ears twitched and closed in towards his face creepily. It was equivalent to muting the outside world. He had decreased the impact of the damning mantra to its lowest. Upon noticing that, Su Zimo squinted with a grim expression. This purple-robed cultivator was much scarier than he had imagined. Even though it was just a simple act, Su Zimo knew clearly in his heart that it was extremely difficult to do it. It was a sign that he had complete mastery over every single fiber of muscle on his body. Splash! The purple-robed cultivator's bloodline surged with the sound of a tsunami. Tsunami blood. This purple-robed cultivator had also cultivated to the realm of tsunami blood. At that moment, Su Zimo turned calm instead. When he saw that the purple-robed cultivator could shut his ears at will, he had already guessed that this man may have cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. The purple-robed cultivator had a domineering aura and swung his arms like a steel whip, crushing down onto Su Zimo's head viciously. An evil gust of wind howled. A tragic aura shrouded the air. Splash! Su Zimo's body echoed with the same sound of tsunami. In the eyes of Ming Zhen and the little fox, the fight between these two was like a collision between two oceans where each threatened to devour the other. Their bloodlines were way too terrifying. Su Zimo's body bent over and one of his knees seemed to buckle as he propped up both hands. It looked like he was bowing down in submission to the purple-robed cultivator and delivering an immortal fruit. Compared to the descent of the purple-robed cultivator's steel whip, Su Zimo's stance looked ordinary without any aura. However, the purple-robed cultivator's expression changed starkly. He had sensed an immense killing intent. Bang! His right arm collided against Su Zimo's palms. The collision of their flesh did not have any shockwave. Instead, it was dull and solid. Prior to this, any cultivator that met with this attack would be severely injured with their bones and tendons snapped even if they did not die. But now, not only has the purple-robed cultivator failed to suppress Su Zimo with that slam, he even felt his arm being repelled with a massive opening revealed at his chest area. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.